One.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, November 9th, 2021 meeting of the Northampton School Committee. I'm Mayor David Narkowitz. This meeting is being held as an online Zoom meeting in accordance with the modifications to the open meeting law that were made by the governor and the legislature related to COVID-19. Everyone who is not a participant in the meeting is muted this evening. And when we do have time for public comment, those who wish to comment, I will then grant you permission to unmute at that time. But otherwise, we just ask people to be mindful and respectful of the business of the school committee. And I'll begin by asking the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Okay, I just got a message from Member Busansky. She's leaving and she's coming back via another email, I think.
Okay.
So Member Fallon is not with us tonight. Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Condon.
Present.
Member Levy.
Present. Ezra, can you please?
Member Kaufman.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Voss.
Present.
Member Gold. Not with us yet. Mayor Narkowitz.
Present.
And Member Busansky will be coming back. Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. So the first item on our agenda this evening is public comment. Our protocol with Zoom is we ask people who wish to offer public comment to raise their hand using the raise hand function if you're here by computer. And that's now most commonly found under the reactions tab. And if you are calling in by phone, you'll need to use your 6 and 9 buttons to be able to activate a hand raise. I will keep a 3-minute timer, and when it's your turn to speak, I will ask you to unmute and ask you to please identify yourself and where you live. So the first person whose hand is raised.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to interrupt, and I think Superintendent has something to say.
Certainly, Superintendent Provost.
I believe we were planning to have a video public comment first. It represents the work of several students. It's a little bit more than 4 minutes, but if that would be okay, because I think it's like 5 individuals public comment rolled up into one.
That is completely fine with me. And Annie, if you've got that queued up and are able to share the screen, this will be, we have heard from several students this week via email. So I will have Annie play that as the first public comment.
Okay, here we go.
Is there sound, Annie? Because I'm not hearing it.
We'll try to turn it up.
Annie, I believe when you shared your screen, you needed to have also clicked the box to say share audio.
Oh, dear. Is that better? No.
If
No.
you unshare your screen and then go share it at the bottom, there should be this box that Member Seraphy Cox is suggesting.
Advanced sharing options.
Share sound, I believe it should say, right?
Under share, I don't have share sound.
So when you do share screen, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
In the box.
I
before
see it.
click
Thank you.
It says share sound.
Okay, let me share again.
And I would also recommend checking the box that says optimize for video clip.
Harassed. Disrespected. Oppressed.
How's that?
Neglected.
Is that better? Good, good, good. Okay.
I think you have to turn the sound up higher.
I've got it up as high as I can.
Forgotten.
And yeah, as high as I can make it.
Underrepresented. Disrupted.
While in the hallway, I have been pinched and touched inappropriately and then straight afterwards called the N-word.
Last year, a student approached me during class to ask me about what my body looked like under clothes and also asked me if I owned very inappropriate items to make up for my lack of a male body.
I was targeted by my teacher in class, a place where I should feel safe.
In 6th grade, this boy came up to me randomly and said, "I'm so much smarter than you, and I'm not even Asian."
In 7th grade, I was in the PE class with my friend, and 2 kids approached us and called us the T-slur. One of them threatened to beat me up because I was a boy now and you could hit boys. And the other one shoved my friend around. There were teachers and other students around, and no one did anything.
When I was at my 5th grade graduation, this girl came up to me and I was wearing traditional Pakistani clothes, and she said to me, "Why are you wearing that?"
Right after I came out in 5th grade, I wore a blazer to school, and someone called me the T-slur and then said, "Those are boy clothes, you should be wearing those."
About a month ago, someone wrote an anti-Asian message on my desk and a picture, and I wanted it to stay like with just me, and it was broadcasted to the whole school, and I felt very unsafe.
I have been asked many times, "What are you? Where are you from? Were you born here?" And when I've responded, I've been asked to prove it many times and said that I don't look that way. And yeah.
When in a class where I had mentioned that my mother was Jamaican, I was asked if I looked like a dancing worm with dreads. And then on the same day, someone asked me if I spoke Jamaican and persisted that it was a real language.
Somebody put a swastika on my assignment in elementary school, and at the time I didn't really know how horrible it was, because I was just taught that it was just something that happens and not make it a big deal, but yeah.
Starting in 3rd grade, I've been called the B slur, the S word, and the W slur many times, mostly by male students in a derogatory way. And when I was in elementary school, I told the teacher, and they basically called me a tattletale.
When I was in 7th grade last year, someone called me the N-word, and then, you know what, there's too many stories.
Okay, and thank you to those students for sharing that important message with us this evening. The next person whose hand is raised, or the first person whose hand is raised to speak in public comment, is Melanie Greenman. Melanie, if you can go ahead and unmute and just introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Hi, thank you. I'm Melanie Greenman. I am in Northampton. I have children in Jackson Street School.
Go ahead.
All right.
Public comment, yes.
Great. Yeah, so I'm a parent of 2 children at Jackson Street, and I'm also a physician in the community. And I just wanted to make a brief comment in regards to the topic coming up later about children wearing masks outdoors. At Jackson Street, kids are wearing masks outdoors, except when they're eating. And I am in support of having children not need to wear their masks outdoors at any time as per the DESE guidelines. And I did write a letter in support of that, as well as some other physicians who did so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Greenman. The next person whose hand is raised is Zara Usman. Zara, go ahead and unmute and
Hi, my name is Zara Usman and I live in Florence and I go to JFK Middle School. But I've been in Northampton Public Schools my entire education. As a South Asian woman with a Muslim name, I have been the target of many acts of discrimination. Being able to learn was and is impossible in many cases, and I know this is true for other students. Passing the anti-bias and hate discrimination policy would make me feel safer in school and allow for more action to be taken. Thank you so much.
thank you, Zara. The next person whose hand is raised is Soph Johnson.
Hi, my name is Soph Johnson. I'm in 8th grade at JFK Middle School, and I live in East Hampton. I school choice. It was brought to my attention that the anti-bias and hate speech policy will not be passed. And I think that passing the policy would be a very good thing for our schools because it would make people feel safer. The policy could help stop aggressions against people because of race, gender, or any other sort of bias. Using this policy, hate speech would be discouraged and met with consequences. I love the Northampton Public Schools community, but there have definitely been times where I have felt unsafe because of people bullying or discriminating against me because of my gender. I have seen it occurring among other friends and classmates as well. Whether it's a rude comment on your clothing or seeing the Confederate flag in class, these little things can greatly affect many students' days, including how well they perform at school and their emotional health. I'm aware that if this new policy is brought to court, then it might not survive scrutiny because of the First Amendment. However, it doesn't mean that it won't make a difference in our Northampton community. Right now, we just need protection, and we're asking for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next hand that's raised is Ruby Ferrari. Ruby, go ahead and let us know who you are and where you're from.
Hi, my name is Ruby Ferrari. I live in Northampton and I'm an 8th student at JFK. I've seen people who are filled with pure hate and pure anger, targeting people they cannot control. A school is not a place where anyone should ever feel unsafe. A school is supposed to be a place of learning and growth. Well, there are many allies here. There are many people who are simply not, who simply have no empathy, people who somehow think this is cool or funny. It should go without saying that bigotry of any kind is never ever okay. I know that at least tonight, this policy will not be passed. I know that the First Amendment protects an opposition to the ban. It should be obvious that it is not an option to continue any longer like this. We need protection and we need it to stop. We need actual punishments.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ruby. The next person whose hand is raised have a first name, Patrick. Patrick, can you go ahead and identify yourself and where you live?
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Bowen of 9 Harold Street in Florence. I have a child at Leeds. I want to talk to the committee tonight about using concrete evidence for COVID spread in our community to guide decisions with a focus on elementary school students, or at least that's what my focus is on. So we need to recenter and rebalance our definition of health and safety to encompass the whole student rather than a one-dimensional view that only includes COVID. Specifically for tonight, I request the school committee pass the revised face masking policy that removes the outdoor masking requirement. I further ask that the committee make this effective immediately rather than the proposed date of December 22nd. The proposed effective date delays the reverse until after the holidays and reads as bad faith, and the school committee should recognize this. There is no reason for the public to believe that its implementation is delayed until the 22nd of December, that the schools won't find another reason to kick the can further down the road. Since most COVID mitigations, but especially masking, require constant and complete buy-in for the public to work, the farther these policies separate from reason and common sense, the more likely they are to be disregarded entirely. Public health is very important, and this won't be the last time we need people to trust public health officials. Policies that don't act in good faith and don't maintain a balance between risk mitigation and downsides wear on that trust. In a world with rapid antigen tests, widely available child KN95 masks that protect the wearer regardless of what other people around them are doing, kid vaccines, and a complete absence of studies showing that COVID spreads outdoors, not to mention high adult and teen vaccination rates in Northampton, outdoor mask mandates are unscientific. Please repeal the outdoor masking mandate effective immediately. Masking has negative impacts on children. These impacts include difficulty learning to speak and make words, problems easily identifying playmates. A recent article suggested teaching kids to identify each other's by their shoes to circumvent this last issue. Playing at recess with a mask makes it hard to understand each other, and exercising in a mask is unpleasant. Masks are also a constant reminder to be concerned and stressed, so wearing one and seeing them during playtime has a negative emotional impact on a child's day. Some leaders have argued that masking children has no downside, but that is pure speculation. No country has ever required masking of children for this length of time, so long-term consequences are unknowable. But what are the benefits of outdoor masking? The answer is almost zero. If we look at the overall risk profile for students in Northampton, the worst predicted outcome on viral spread of Delta never materialized. Despite predictions that school reopening and kids eating lunch together would drive an increase in cases, that didn't happen. In the last 2 weeks, COVID hospitalization for under 18-year-olds was 8 and 1 million. Delta was not more virulent or dangerous to kids overall than previous mutations. The outdoors continues to be a place of near zero spread. High quality studies showing that outdoor spread occurs among elementary age school children literally do not exist. In Northampton schools, if you look at a retrospective of COVID data for the past school year, from the start of the school year, shows that there was a 0.07% chance of a student testing positive per week. That's 0.07%. And to say that with regards to CDC recommendations, it's worth noting that the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts just affirmed that those are recommendations and not law. And when we talk about best practices on masking for children, there is no international consensus on indoor masking of children, with the WHO and much of Europe disagreeing with how US approaches this. And Northampton is among one of the few places that require outdoor masking.
So Patrick, you're at 3 minutes, so if you could just finish up here.
I have 2 sentences left.
Okay, perfect. Sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. If outdoor masking makes no measurable difference in COVID spread among children, why are we requiring it? We should end it today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next hand raised is Amelia Durbin. Amelia?
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Amelia Durbin. I'm an 8th grader at JFK Middle School. I identify as a queer Asian American, and because I'm part of minority groups, there have been multiple times where myself or classmates have felt uncomfortable or shocked even by other students and sometimes even teachers' behavior. There are so many allies in the Northampton School District who have supported me and my peers, but there's still work to be done. There have been people who have said or acted negatively upon something like race, gender, sexuality, or any other forms of prejudice, and it was simply not okay. There have been symbols and sayings shown in school environments that have made myself and my peers extremely uncomfortable. There have been microaggressions like comments on hair or clothes, and I've seen the Confederate flag in class. While there isn't always direct harassment or aggression, the little things build up. I often don't feel capable of learning in an environment where I'm the target of these little things. And what makes it even more frustrating is that there isn't always a way that I can report these things. And even when I do, it often feels like it's cast away. This needs to change. Schools should be a place where everyone, regardless of who they are, how they identify, should be and feel safe. Education is important to us all, but kids cannot learn in an environment where we feel self-conscious or nervous. The bias and symbols of hate policy could change experiences for students and staff alike. Kids, no matter what background we come from or what we believe, do not deserve to be bullied or looked down upon. We shouldn't have to deal with fellow students who do not support us or adults who don't mind when we're hurt. Please, on behalf of myself and fellow students, pass this policy so we can all have the learning environment we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Maritha Wallace. Maritha, if you can unmute.
Good evening. My name is Maritha Wallace. I live in Amherst, and I am currently an ESP at JFK Middle School. I am immensely proud of the students there, so I gotta say thank you. I'm gonna read a quote from Dr. King from Letters from a Birmingham Jail. And so these are his words, but in what goes on in my head when I sit in meetings. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the people of color's great stumbling block in their strive toward freedom is not the White Citizens Council or the KKK, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace with the presence of justice, who constantly say, I agree with your goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by the mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises that for people of color to wait for a more convenient season. Dr. King from Letters from a Birmingham Jail. I continue. For years now, I have heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every person of color with piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. We must come to see with one of our distinguished jurists that justice too long delayed is justice denied. As one of the few people of color teachers that work at JFK Middle School, I implore you to pass this. I implore you to find a way to reach out and make it uncomfortable. And I understand that through law, there are things that have been brought up. I would challenge, bring them up, because right now, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. And I don't know how to say that any other way. I have seen more Confederate flags and more swastikas than I have ever wanted to see in my 45 or my 48 years of life in my 6 years at John F. Kennedy Middle School. It hurts every day. And not only for me, but for students who walk around. And when they come to me and they see me and they tell me, Ms. Wallace, you are my safe place, no matter where I am in the building. I am their safe place because they come to me and I make them feel safe. and I say, stand behind me. I got this. I'm gonna walk with you. I love them, and I want them to feel safe everywhere. I want them to find a teacher that they feel safe with everywhere. And the only way that they're going to be able to do that is if this passes and that there was a serious policy that states what is hate speech. And we are taught how to interrupt it on a daily basis every time we hear it, because being anti-racist and abolitionist is every day, 24/7. We don't get a break, and I haven't had one. I want somebody to share this load with me because it is too heavy and it makes us weary. And I'm an adult, and if I'm getting weary, can you imagine what the students of color, the gay students, the transgender students are feeling all the time? And I say, come behind me. I'm gonna stand there. I'm gonna be your wall of protection every single day. I am tired. I'm tired. I am a full-time student. I work full-time. I have 4 kids. I am tired, but every day I show up, and I show up. Sometimes it's not great, but I am there for these kids. I've been blamed for stuff that is not mine to take blame for, and that's okay because they're behind me. I'm holding them on my back. So please help me with that. I'm asking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maritha. The next person whose hand is raised is Andrea Agito. Andrea?
Good evening. My name is Andrea Agito, and I live in Florence, and I am the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees. I want to just start by saying how honored I am to hear the students and staff speak tonight. You are truly, truly our leaders, and keep up, keep standing, and we stand together with you. I am here tonight to talk about 2 very important issues. The first is to request that this committee put in place the policies for the policy protections from discriminatory bias and symbols of hate that ban all hate speech, hate symbols, and acts of discriminatory bias in our schools. When NACE first brought to you the request to put on the agenda a ban for the Confederate flag and all symbols of hate, I was encouraged that the committee took this on and put forward a policy around the banning of the Confederate flag. But now we need to take that next step to really solidify and stand up against any symbols of hate and any discrimination in our schools at any time. The staff and the students need that and implore you to stand with us. You've heard from them. We will continue to speak, and we know that it's scary and we know that it's difficult, but let's take a stand for what is best for our staff and students and pass this policy. The second issue that I would like to take up tonight with you is the fact that it has come to our attention that the district administration is planning to open all of the school doors to members of the public, regardless of vaccination status. Our district and this committee put into place a vaccine mandate for all staff as a condition of employment in order to keep everyone safe in our schools. Staff members that are not willing to be vaccinated are losing their jobs. And the district is going to open the doors to any member of the public without the same requirement. This is unacceptable. You are putting our students and staff at risk, not to mention that if there is a positive case, contact tracing would be exponentially more difficult for our health workers. Another safety concern is that it is difficult for school staff to identify unknown adults in the building when they have masks on. This would put added work on our office staff and administrators who are already stretched thin with all the added responsibilities placed on them during this pandemic. I implore you to reconsider this situation and to require proof of vaccination status to allow entry into our buildings during school hours. This is not a safe situation. And if you are placing this mandate on our employees, then the same mandate should be held for members of the public that are requesting access to our school buildings and potentially putting our students and staff at risk. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Andrea. The next person whose hand is raised is Nada Kawar. Go ahead. You're unmuted.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon or good evening. I'm Nada Kawar. I live in Northampton. My two children are in the Jackson Street School, and I am also a physician in the community. I think the people that have spoken before me have said it very eloquently. I'm in support of eliminating the outdoor masking requirement for students in our schools. I think the outdoor transmission is extremely low, and we should not be requiring kids to wear masks at any time. I actually also wanted to comment on the agenda item of requiring COVID-19 vaccination for students engaged in athletic and extracurricular activities. I'm curious to learn more about this. I think that it is a premature item to be voting on, to require kids to be vaccinated when they may not even have control over getting the vaccine themselves, and there's not enough long-term safety data for these vaccines that are still under emergency use authorization at this point to make this a requirement for kids. The burden of illness in the children is also much lower, and the severity of illness. So I am hoping that this is not something that is seriously being considered to be required. I think it's unfair to children to have that be a requirement for them to participate in activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kawar. That was the last hand that was raised in seeking to speak. I don't see any other hands. Just going to quickly look at the screen to make sure I'm not missing someone who maybe is trying to raise a physical hand. Okay, so thank you to everyone who spoke this evening. That will conclude our public comment session. So we'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, item 3, which is announcements. Are there any announcements from members of the school committee? And I guess if we could use the raise hand function just so I can manage them. Okay, Member Levy, your hand is raised.
Thanks. This announcement is under the advice of Member Kaufman, who is the member of our school committee who arranges retreats. I wanted to propose a retreat for the new school committee members, somewhat similar to what we engaged in 2 years ago. Before we were sworn in, we met together and were presented information about finance and budgeting from the district. The idea behind this would be similar in that it provides an opportunity for the new school committee to come in and learn a bit about being on the school committee, but different in that the focus would be more on community and team building and coming together as a new group of folks with a little bit of information as well in terms of onboarding using the handbook that we all have really nicely put together. So I can't remember, Member Kaufman, this is an announcement. So not sure exactly if I'm
I think Member Kaufman actually had asked you to raise it during discussion topics, which is later in the agenda. So
got it. Sorry. Okay, great. Well, now you all know what's coming and I won't have to repeat myself.
Excellent. Good. I didn't want to give you the hook. I was trying to, so there you have it. So that we can have a longer discussion about that during the item 8 on the agenda. Is there anyone else who wishes to make any announcements from the school committee? Okay, great. Thank you. So now we'll move on to the Item 4, which is recommended actions, which is what we call our consent agenda. We have several items that are on the consent agenda this evening. We have the approval of minutes of July 8th, 2021. And then we have the acceptance of 3 donations, $3,420.37 from Ms. Jenny Bender in books and instructional manuals for the district. We have 2 state YMCA for $1,800 to Northampton High School. And then we have Stephanie Silverman and Heather Livingston, $4,187.50. And this is to fund math department supplies. So those are the items on the consent agenda this evening. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion made and seconded. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
I don't believe we have Member Gold here yet, do we? No. Mayor Narcoitz?
Yes.
Member Busanski is having some technical difficulties.
She's here though.
Are you here, Member Busanski? You are here.
Yes.
Okay.
Make her co-host, I think.
Okay. Let
Just
me
ask her to unmute.
Hi. Yes.
boom, your co-host. Okay, thank you. And Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay.
7 in favor.
Excellent. So the consent agenda and those items therein are approved. Next, we move to reports and recommendations. And the first is from the Rules and Policy Committee, and that includes first readings recommended on 2 policies. I'm not sure who might be representing rules and, okay. I know, as mentioned earlier, Member Fallon can't be with us this evening, so Member Levy will represent the Rules and Policy Committee and present these 2 items for reading.
Thanks so much. So the first policy that I'd like to present is policy EBAD, pesticide application on school property. This is the policy that was referred to us by this committee in line with the city ordinance. It provides a 3-year window for us to phase out pesticides. It provides a few exceptions to use when needed. And since this is a first reading, we're presenting it for you to look through. Happy to answer questions if anybody has them, but typically I believe the discussion shows up, the discussion happens at the next reading, but happy to answer any questions anybody has. It should look fairly similar to the city's policy. We just adjusted it to be applicable to the school.
Member Voss.
Thank you, and thank you for moving this along. So I'm on the Budget and Property Subcommittee that worked on this first with some of the authors of the city policy, and then this other committee took it over to write it. So thank you. And I just have a clarifying question, and I'm looking for Dr. Provost. If he was, I don't know if he attends this meeting, but he might be the connection between the 2 groups that could help answer this question. One of the conversations we had at our subcommittee meeting was really about what exceptions mean. And it was clear that an exception would be, a hornet's nest that needed to be removed for safety. And I see that's still there, that's in there, and that's fine. But I wanted to make sure that this is in the spirit of what our guests shared, which was there aren't the kinds of exceptions in there for treating crabgrass regularly and things like that. Is that true? I can't tell from the wording of everything.
Yes, it's true. There are two exceptions that are specifically outlined. One is insects that pose an immediate threat, and the other is emergency situations emergency situations. So emergencies also have a definition under this policy, which are serious and unanticipated situation that threatens public health or likely to result in significant damage to property or the environment that requires an immediate action. So what we were talking about that I think you're referring to is whether there could be sort of a built-in exception that we would plan on using every year for crabgrass. That isn't the case here, but it would provide an opportunity if we lost a whole field to crabgrass to do an emergency application and start over again. As I'm sure you've read, a neighboring community is proposing to do with CPA funds. So the idea is that the default is that there won't be any application. It would only be if there was a danger to individual health and safety or potential significant damage to property that would require the use of a pesticide.
So thank you. And can you just, I don't think the city version had, but maybe I'm wrong. And between this reading and next reading, I can go check if you don't know, but I don't understand the city version to include this significant damage to property, which feels kind of subjective. Some people might argue that blasting pesticides would be a significant damage to the property. So how do we think about, is it different than the city one in your mind in terms of how emergency is interpreted?
I really can't answer that because I'm not responsible for implementing the city policy. I can only say how I would implement it from the district side, and I've just described that.
Okay.
Member Busansky, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. I looked at the city ordinance and at the policy, and it looks identical, Member Voss, just to answer your question. And it's the exact same definition of emergency that's in the city ordinance.
Great, thank you.
And then my only question was the decision of the Rules and Policy Committee. I'm just curious about why to say that notification of families in the last clause of the last sentence, notification of families and employees will be made in accordance with MGL and not Mass General Law, and not spell it out more clearly, but just a question.
I can speak to that, but I would like to clarify the question. Is the question why we used the abbreviation MGL instead of Mass General Law, or why we said that we'll make notifications in accordance with the law rather than describing the whole notification process?
Exactly, the latter.
We do this in a lot of our policies so that if there's a minor change of notice requirement under the law, we don't have to revise our policy each time. So this is basically saying we will remain in alignment with what is required under the Mass General Law. If it was to go from a 48-hour notice, let's say, to a 72-hour notice, we could just implement that without having to change the policy.
Got it. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Are there any other questions about that on first reading? Okay, I guess you can move on. Member Levy?
Thanks. So I'd like to move on to present to you policy ACF, protections from discriminatory bias. This is technically the first reading of this policy, although you have read multiple different versions of this policy. I want to thank the students and educators who've reached out and spoken at this meeting and at previous meetings. It's incredibly disheartening to hear of the experiences that are not allowing all students to feel like they can be respected, be seen, be able to learn in the inclusive and conducive environment that they need. And so I want to just address quickly the changes to this policy. as a result of the letter from the ACLU. So what we've done is worked to address the questions that the ACLU raised by making it really clear, or attempting to make it clear, that in this policy, the idea is to use education and restorative practices in order to address issues of bias as they arise. And we also really delineate in this policy the fact that our district has a number of policies that including a code of conduct that discuss disciplinary action when discrimination occurs, and that this policy is to bolster those policies that are already in place by using education and restorative practices when bias arises. And I'd like to, if I may, just read to you the last paragraph before we get to the policy, which I think outlines what we did in terms of the shift here. This policy recognizes that thought and expression in the context of and in service to our learning mission is protected, while offering a mechanism for responding to the hate and bias that work against it. These freedoms necessarily entail a potential for encountering ideas and speech that one finds controversial and even objectionable, insulting, or offensive. Acts of hate and bias, whether or not intended, threaten to undermine individuals or groups' engagement in the free exchange of ideas. Providing clear means by which suspected hate acts and bias incidents can be reported aligns Northampton Public Schools' commitment to freedom of thought and expression as central to our academic freedom and to our teaching and learning mission. And so what you'll see as you read through is the bias incident definition remains. The hate speech piece is embedded within and more implicit. And the focus is really on all acts of bias. And then you'll also see an outline of restorative practices, as well as a clear outline of implementation procedures. So again, this is a first reading. I'll also add that the member of the ACLU who initially wrote the letter did suggest that he was open to reviewing this draft. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get his feedback before tonight, but we do intend to get his feedback before the second reading and hope to have a positive and supportive result. But we'll certainly share that with you as soon as we can. So again, this is the first reading, but I welcome questions.
Thank you, Member Levy. Any questions or comments from members of the school committee? Member Voss.
Thanks. I want to thank the subcommittee for your really hard work. It's so important. And also just to echo the thanks to the students, the numerous emails we received about this, to the staff who've spoken up. This is super important. And one of the comments I heard was how a sense that maybe the committee wouldn't pass it. And I just want to say, I don't feel that way. I really want to see this passed. And I maybe there's a misunderstanding because tonight we have a first reading and we can't pass it. Somebody correct me if I'm speaking wrong, but at our second meeting, which would be a reading, which I would expect would be in December, there might be some small modifications on feedback, but I hope that we pass it. And I really appreciate the words that sometimes we have to do the right thing and we don't know what the outcome is going to be in terms of a legal challenge, but I appreciate the subcommittee has done their very best to put out a policy that will withstand legal challenge, is my understanding, and we need to keep that moving. So that I just want to say that for people that I think that's maybe why you heard it wouldn't be passing. I can't speak for other members, but that's where I sit right now.
Thank you, Member Voss. Member Kaufman.
Yep, thank you. And I also want to thank the members of the subcommittee. I had just a quick question. Maybe Member Levy, you can take this on if you can, but I've gotten a number of questions from folks about how the policy that we're going to, I guess, vote on next meeting. One of the substantial ways that differs or complements the existing policies that are somewhat related to this topic I'm a little confused by that, to be honest. So what can I highlight in terms of the big changes that this policy brings on above and beyond what we currently have?
Dr. Provost, do you want to take that or do you want me to?
I'm happy to take a first swing at it, and you can get me home if I end up in scoring position. So,
Thank you.
the way I look at the framework for this new policy is we already have policies on the books that outline speech that has been specifically limited or are found to be not within the First Amendment protection. So, for example, sexual harassment, bullying and harassment, and other forms where we already have a clear-cut violation of law by an exercise of speech. This new policy would address situations where the speech is not necessarily a violation of law. It may be protected free speech, but it's still situations that we can follow up with restorative practices in order to provide students with a sense of safety.
I think you well, gosh, what's my metaphor? You got yourself to third plus. I think probably a better way of saying that. So the only thing that I would add is I think by having a definition in the district of bias and bias incidents, we're providing or we're empowering our staff and our students to be able to identify and act when bias incidents occur, and we're also outlining a specific method of reporting incidents of bias, as well as then addressing them and responding to them. And where I believe the other policies and our code of conduct discuss disciplinary action that could be taken, this really looks at the need to educate, to address harm, and to build community or rebuild community as a result, and to provide opportunities to for all members of the community to learn and grow and do better as we do so.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Are there other comments and questions from members of the school committee? And again, just for the public, under our school committee rules, all policies receive this first reading. There's no vote, it's just a first reading, and then we come back for a second reading and then a vote. So we're sort of following our standard policy and practice here. Okay, are there any other matters to report? Oh, I'm sorry, Member Seraphy Cox, I just saw your hand. Member Seraphy Cox.
No worries, thank you. Just want to thank everybody who spoke about this policy this evening and for courageously sharing your stories. Those stories are yours and are a strange gift to share in this venue in order to forward justice that way. So thank you for that. I also just, as another member of the Rules and Policy Subcommittee, wanted to thank everybody who has worked on this policy, because I think that it has become really strong. And I have said from the beginning that I really believe in the educational focus of this policy, that it feels to me like a putting the idea into a policy, the idea of calling people in rather than calling people out, and bringing practices and spaces into our district that will help create safe spaces. So I'm, I had my opportunities to look at the policy before, so I don't have any specific feedback on the policy now. Looking forward to the second reading in December and passage.
Thank you, Member Seraphy Cox. Any other comments about that second policy? If not, Member Levy, are there any more items to report from Rules and Policy?
There aren't.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So now let's move back to the next item on the agenda, which is Budget and Property Committee report. Member Busansky, is there a report tonight from Budget and Property?
Yes, thank you. Yes, the Budget and Property Subcommittee met a few weeks ago, and we covered a lot of territory. The first matter we discussed was the October census data that which was reviewing a proposal from Member Gold to collect more data than we already do on school. I would just, I guess I would characterize it as school movement, student movement due to school choice, charter schools, private schools, etc. We realized this would really require hiring a consultant or a contractor to collect this data. Some of it is already available in our budget books each year. Some of it is not available at all. And the rest would take some real work to kind of dig in and get that done, probably in the order of $5,000 to $10,000. The superintendent had some ideas on that. And then Member Goldman joined our subcommittee and was really helpful. She shared with us that Julie Spencer Robinson is currently working on her dissertation about the issue of why students choose Northampton public schools or not. It's under the guise of a bigger, how student choice happens, but she's been doing a lot of research in our school, and that the real basis of trying to gather this information was to understand that issue is the why behind it more than the numbers. So we agreed unanimously that we would start by asking Julie Spencer Robinson to come share her research with us. I recognize this will be under the new term of the new school committee, so I am sort of trying to ask the superintendent and all continuing school committee members to help kind of pull this thread through to the next Budget and Property Subcommittee. This is the only subcommittee that's having complete turnover. It will definitely be all new members, so it will take some, group memory to, keep this moving forward. But that we would start there, and then the new Budget and Property Subcommittee could, after that, just consider this item again of hiring a consultant or contractor to collect this data. So that was our first issue that we disposed of. The second one we discussed was the update on the ESSER 3 money, which is 3.4 million, I believe. We learned, we saw after all the stakeholder outreach meetings, the superintendent and Nick put together the grant proposal, and we saw the list of items that we're asking for, and they range from items that would, obviously address the learning lag issues, all the way to offering driver's ed at NHS, to more IT support and more. So Nick included in his presentation later that he's still waiting from DESE to hear back to see if the grant has been accepted. It also, at that point, I believe that the school committee then has to vote to accept the funds. I think that is the way that our policy works. Then with year 2 and year 3 of the ESSER funds, the school committee again has another opportunity to look at and plan for this. I guess I was really pleased to hear that the stakeholder outreach did inform the ESSER 3 grant, but I was also really disappointed that this never came through the school committee to discuss before we actually put in the grant with DESE. And I recognize that while it was probably in line with our policy, I don't think we did anything that wasn't in line with our policy. I don't think it was really in the spirit of what the school committee is in charge of, which is the school budget. So I'd really hope that moving forward, the school committee would be more directly involved in actually approving how ESSER 3 funds get spent. The last issue we discussed was the electric bus issue. The superintendent had reached out to the mayor about forming some kind by letter, I think, but I'm not really sure, but to form some kind of city school working group to work on the electric bus issue, because we realize there's a lot of shared interest there. It's not just electric school buses, but it's all about charging stations, et cetera. And we tasked John with reaching out to the mayor again to see how that's going. So I don't know if, since we have you both here, if the superintendent or mayor, if you have any update on that.
I'll turn to John. I don't know. I can't even remember if we've connected on this and had a discussion of it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can refresh your memory. I did reach out, and you did say that the city was very interested in forming the committee. I think that it was just a matter of identifying staff on the city side who would be part of planning for a transition to an electric fleet.
Yes, I do recall the conversation. And again, we're in a little bit of a transition in my office right now. So this will be something, I mean, it's clearly something we're already working on the city side, not only there, but in our building systems and other areas. So I guess all I can say is that it is in process, and we'll keep the school committee posted. Great.
Thank you. And I realize this is another issue that, right, we'll have to continue under the new mayor and new school committee. So I also just wanted to let folks know that Nick did add the electric school bus to the capital request, and we'll see what how that works out and being actually able to bring that to fruition. But I think that's a really great start. And that the other thing our subcommittee discussed was looking into grants and connecting with local people in our community who have this expertise and can kind of help move this issue forward. And that could be actually a really good resource for if this working group is formed, the city school working group. So that's it on our discussion. We will have one last brief budget and property subcommittee meeting before the end of our term, only just to approve minutes from the last few meetings. So Member Voss, is there anything you'd like to add? I don't know if we have Member Gold here or not.
Thank you. I guess I just want to really urge us to have this working group that we discussed, I believe in the summer or spring, that seems to have been lost in the cracks of figuring out how we are going to coordinate with the city. I understand people are changing, but I really hope next year that can get going, because it was over 2 years ago where conversations happened in Dr. Provost's office about trying to apply for really, potentially great grants for electric buses that we had just missed. And a lot of the feedback that came was, yeah, our people will do that. And it just feels like it's getting, it's not the highest priority. So I think what Member Busanski said, I just really want to echo and amplify, which is there are people in the community that could be really helpful in helping us get these grants and identifying them, because these things are expensive, but they're also super important. And we do have to work with the city. And I guess as many of our terms come to an end, I have to say I'm disappointed that we haven't gotten further, but I really hope it picks up soon. And that's all I need to say.
Thanks for sharing your disappointment. Are there any other comments from the school committee? Could you, Member Gold has joined us. Could we make him a co-host also, just so I can find him on the screen?
Sure.
Great.
Let me find him.
Okay, anything further from budget and property?
No, I believe that's all. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. So let's move on to superintendent evaluation. And Member Condon, do you want to give a report from that subcommittee?
Mayor, my report actually is connected with the vote that is a little later on the agenda. So if it's okay, I'll hold off until we reach that point in the agenda.
Makes total sense. Thank you very much, Member Condon. Now I'll move to the business administrator report, followed by the personnel report, and turn to Nick Bernier.
Good evening, everyone.
My business report this evening is relatively brief. Included in your packet this month is our FY22 appropriation report, current as of November 3rd. I'm continuing to prepare needed transfers while monitoring the spending of not only our local budget, but of course our federal COVID grants as well. I will at some point prepare a list of recommended transfers at an upcoming meeting for your review and approval. A lot of that will be just transfers that have to do with salaries at this point. You know, sometimes an employee resigns and whoever replaces them makes more or less money than the person they replaced. So we have to move money around to keep everything balanced, as well as covering unexpected expenses that come up throughout the year. The ESSER 3 update, Member Busanski touched on this during her report from Budget and Property. Even though I typed this financial report nearly a week ago, it's still current. I still have not heard from DESE about the approval of the grant. I do expect to hear before the next meeting in December. However, the folks that I've talked to from other districts are starting to hear, and you know, based on the timeline of which or when they submitted their grant, I think it should be before our December meeting. So that doesn't mean it won't be kicked back and I won't have to make a couple adjustments. Nearly everybody I've spoken with had to make a couple adjustments. But I'm confident that if there are any adjustments that have to be made, they'll be minor. I'm confident that the spending plan that was developed is, you know, appropriate for the funds and well within the bounds of what they're supposed to be used for. And the rest of the grant submission packet as well, there was quite a few tabs on it where you discussed stakeholder input as well as your implementation plan and things like that. And that was filled out it was very thorough. It was, you know, there was a lot of different voices in there. It was not just me typing things. It was definitely multifaceted. So I think with as thorough as that is, as well as with the spending plan, that if it does get kicked back, it'll be for a couple minor things. So I was asked at the Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting to present to the full committee the spending plan, which I will certainly do. I just wanted to wait until the plan is actually approved. So that way I don't have to come back a month later and say, just kidding. We can't do this, we can't do that, or whatever. So I kind of want to wait until that happens, in order to just make sure that it's completely accurate. But yeah, I'll be happy to do that as soon as I do get the approval. There were no gifts valued at less than $1,000 given to the district since our last meeting, so there's nothing to report there. And also included in your packet were the 2 warrants that Member Fallon had approved since the last report. So that's that report for this evening. Does anybody have any questions about it before I move on to the personnel report? All right, it appears not. So I will move on to the October 2021 personnel report. During the month of October, we had 13 new hires. We had 6 transfers, people moving within the district to different positions. And we had 9 separations during the month of October. One of those separations was a retirement. Looking at the demographic data for October, of the 9 separations that we had, 7 of them or 77% were female, 1 or 11% were male, and 1 or 11% held a non-binary identity. 8 or 88% were Caucasian, and 1 or 11% had an Asian identity. Year-to-date demographic data. Since July 1st, and I'm not including the mass that we had at the July meeting where they resigned in June. Remember, there was quite a few folks that resigned at the end of last school year. I'm looking at this as just FY22. We've had 36 separations since July 1st. 26 of those folks, or 72.2%, identified as female. 9 or 25% identified as male, and 1 or 2.8% identified as non-binary. 86.1% of the individuals who have separated identified as Caucasian, 5.6% identified as Black, 5.6% identified as Asian, and 2.8% identified as both white and Hispanic. And then before I, excuse me, take any questions that might be out there, our current vacancies, I would just like to speak to that as well. Right now throughout the district, the numbers are getting smaller, certainly than they were a couple of meetings ago. But we still do have a handful. There's currently at Bridge Street, a 1-to-1 registered nurse vacancy, a night custodian, and 1 ESP. Jackson Street has 1 ESP vacant currently. Both Leeds and Ryan Road do not have any vacancies. JFK has a half-time PE teacher, a math interventionist, and a special ed teacher, although that individual is not leaving until the end of November. So technically the position is not vacant right now, but it will be. At the high school, there's a school psychologist and a head custodian currently vacant, although head custodian interviews are occurring tomorrow because I'm on that committee. So that should be filled quickly. And district-wide positions, we have a floating custodian vacancy and a BCBA vacancy. Otherwise, we are far more fully staffed than we were a couple of months ago when we had this discussion. Dr. Provost?
I just wanted to point out that I received some paperwork to review for a psychologist at the high school, so I think that position is getting close to being filled as well.
Great. All right, that concludes my personnel report, unless anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Nick? Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let's move on now to the superintendent's report and Dr. Provost.
Thank you very much. Let me just start by sharing my screen. Okay, and here we are in November already. I'm excited to report that we've done a lot of work on goal number 2 since our last meeting. This is goal number 2 from the professional development plan, of course. During the November 2nd Professional Development Day, the Northampton Public Schools continued reviewing all curriculum in grades K to 12 using the 7 forms of bias protocol. Having participated in the Black Print Consulting training at the beginning of the year, we continued this meaningful work using a department-based curriculum tracking document and focusing on nonfiction texts, although I will be showing you an example later on that is not related to nonfiction. All documents will continue this review process throughout the 21-22 school year, and we will also use the 7 forms of bias prior to purchasing any new curriculum. Northampton High and JFK Middle School faculty are also participating in the Culturally Responsive Teaching Academy, focused on building school level leadership, knowledge and expertise in culturally responsive teaching. I'll have a little bit more to say about that later on. And all members of the Northampton Public Schools Administrative Leadership Team are participating in the Culturally Responsive Practices Academy with Black Print Consulting, led by Black Print founder, Dr. Hayden Frederick Clark. The Academy aims to support district leadership in building local capacity to weave culturally responsive practices and a racial equity lens through their pedagogy, policy, structures, and systems. Our ALT team is currently in year 2 of a 3-year process. As you'll see, when it comes to my proposed evaluation goals, I'm also participating in the Pilot Superintendent Leadership Practice Network, which is entitled Leading and Learning About Race, Racism, and Equity. In this process, which includes facilitated monthly affinity groups, superintendents have a structure to meet and discuss what they're learning about issues of race, unconscious bias, structural racism, equity, and anti-race leadership, specifically as it applies to the superintendent's role. And also on goal 2, one of the items is to improve educator practice by expanding opportunities for educator collaboration. That's in the second column. To support this, the elementary principals have requested monthly sub coverage so teachers can be released for collaboration. To ensure consistency of practice between building teams, we are using the Data Coach Guide, which has specific data protocols within it. Some of the insights that have emerged from the first round of meetings include the need to provide young students with more direct instruction in letter naming, phonics, and counting, and older students with practice to develop reading fluency, mental computational fluency, and direct instruction in basic computational skills, fractions, decimals, and math concepts and applications. So I'll get into some of these things in a little bit more detail on the upcoming slides. This is an excerpt from the course called Culturally Responsive Practice Leadership Academy. This is the course that all members of the ALT team are participating in. I think the alignment between this shared professional learning that all administrators in the district are doing in the DIP are obvious, but let me once again point to the language about supporting district leadership to weave culturally responsive practices and a racial equity lens throughout their pedagogies, policy, structures, and systems. This is right on point to the goals of the district improvement plan and to the specifically to goal 2 within the district improvement plan. This is an excerpt from the Culturally Responsive Teaching Academy. This is the teacher's version, if you will, of the Leadership Academy that the administrators are in. This is something that both the high school and JFK faculties are engaged in. They're in year 1 of this work, and it's our hope to add some elementary schools to the cohort that will start next year. Again, I think the alignment between this professional learning and goal 2 is obvious. Principals are working hard to supplement these externally facilitated trainings with training that they're providing for their staff. Principal Caldwell, for example, provides staff with weekly readings and discussions on ABAR topics. Most recently, they read and discussed literature on gender bias, pronouns, intersectionality, and an article entitled "Don't Say Nothing." And I wanted to give you an example of what the curriculum review under the 7 forms of bias actually looks like. So this is the 7 forms of bias. Actually, you can only see a part of it here. You can see the first 4 of the 7 forms of bias, which are invisibility, stereotyping, imbalance, and selectivity, and unreality. There are 3 more, but this is just for discussion purposes and to give an example of what the curriculum review looks like. So as I mentioned earlier, the focus mainly on last Tuesday was on fictional texts, but not related to that. And I really like this example. This is an example from an integrated Math 1 lesson. I think it's great to pick this one out because I believe people sometimes feel that technical subjects such as mathematics are less subject to bias. But here you can see how teachers have identified bias in a statistics lesson based on census data in which gender is treated as binary, thereby leaving non-binary individuals without representation in this particular lesson. I also appreciate the notations that teachers are making within this form to help other teachers think about how to enter into the discussion of bias and how to support students through it. One of the interesting comments here is that, well, this is really the bias in the census system. And so there are much larger conversations that can come from the statistics lesson. So that's just an example of what the curriculum review looks like. And then my public education campaign concerning the district's anti-discrimination policies continues. For episode 2, which dropped last week, we focused on protections from discrimination based on sex. I went on location at JFK Middle School. I'm sure you'll recognize Amelia and Zara from the recorded public comment, as well as the individual public comments that were given at the beginning of this meeting. I'm also happy to say that we've made some progress on goal 3 this month, specifically around the objective of educating the community about accessing and understanding the district curriculum. So if you have a child in elementary school, I hope you notice this insert from Curriculum Director Albano. This is the first in a series of multimedia presentations she'll be attaching to school newsletters to bring our curriculum to life for our parents. Our curriculum is transparent and available to all. In fact, I know teachers from other districts are drawing on some of our online content, but I want to make this content even more accessible to caregivers by showing what it looks like in action. And that's one way we'll be pursuing this goal of informing the public about our curriculum. And so I just want to say, and I already have told Nick this, I now have my podcast and Karen has her podcast, so I hope there will be a budget podcast in the near future. Just joking about that. Goal 4 calls on us to use multiple data sources to identify and incorporate tiered academic supports to recover learning loss. I'm happy to report that we have nearly 400 students actively receiving tiered academic support at this time. This is really hard work, but because of it, I believe we're going to make a quicker, more effective, and more sustainable recovery from the period of school closure than we would have done if we weren't able to have those hundreds of students receiving tiered support at this time. And then I have a few non-DIP related things to report on. First, hearkening back to another conversation, another thing I know that many members of the school committee are receiving letters about. We have hired a before and after school coordinator at Leeds. We have sent in our application for DESE approval. So hopefully at the next meeting, I'll be able to report back on a response to that. Our substitute fill rate at $120 a day has not improved. Since we've made the change, we're filling about 35% of our sub vacancies. And I want to report that school and community-based vaccinations of students 5 to 11 are underway. In fact, we had a vaccination clinic just this evening. I think we had 40 students at Ryan Road signed up for that, which I think was a good first start for school-based vaccination clinics. So that is my report for this month, and I'll stop my share.
Thank you very much, Dr. Provost, for your report. Not seeing Member Sarah Feet Cox.
Yeah, I wanted to first of all thank everybody who put together the vaccination clinics. My daughter was actually one of those who got vaccinated at Ryan Road tonight, so she was elated and telling all her friends about it. So then more seriously, Superintendent, I'm really glad to see you reporting from the DIP. I think that reference back to the district improvement plan is really important to both focus this committee's work generally, but then also, of course, to focus our, one of our main purposes is evaluating and working with you. So to reference back to the district improvement plan, I found that very helpful. And it was pretty hard to read. And so, you know, as somebody, like, I've looked at the district improvement plan before, so I know what those things say, but I wonder if there's just a better way to present it so that especially members of the public can actually read what the slides say when they are watching these meetings. Thanks.
Member Levy.
Member Seraphy Cox just said all the things that I was going to say, but I feel like they bear repeating, even though we're aiming for shorter meetings. Sorry to my colleagues, but I'm really, really grateful, Superintendent, for your work and the work of the district in putting together the vaccination clinics. I've heard nothing but how easy it is to get a slot and how thrilled people are, and given how tremendously stressful it was for many of us to find vaccination appointments. It's so amazingly easy to get our kids vaccinated, and I very much thank you. I was listening to NPR and was listening to somebody from the Biden administration talk about how essential it is that schools create opportunities for vaccination, and I felt nothing but pride in our district. And I also just want to really echo the gratitude for sharing the progress towards the DIP. It's really, really helpful to see examples. And so I just want to encourage you to keep it up. Thanks.
Member Kaufman.
Sure, thank you. Thanks, you lowered my hand for me. I didn't know you can do that. There we go. Just a couple of quick questions, Dr. Provost. Do you know what the substitute rate was last time? You said there's been no progress, so was it about 35% last month or before we instituted the raise?
Yeah, it was actually 36% last month.
Right, okay, close enough. Are we advertising that? Do people know that that's an option? It's, I know it was a good effort. I think it passed pretty successfully on the part of the school committee, but I'm just wondering why it hasn't worked, and there might be any number of reasons, but do potential subs know about it at least, do you think?
We're trying to get the word out. I think it really is part of the overall workforce disruptions that are affecting all sectors right now.
Yeah.
I think.
But we are getting the.
Pardon?
How are we getting the word out? I mean, is there anything we can do, or is there anything that we can do anything else that we can do that you're aware of?
Yeah, so one thing that a superintendent shared with me earlier, actually we had just had a conversation a few days ago, was putting out through their auto dialer that the district is looking for subs, and if parents want to work as subs, we're paying $120 a day. So I do plan on doing that on my next robocall.
Yeah, and
we'll just keep trying.
Okay, do we put ads in papers at all? Does that work? I don't want to brainstorm with you now. I'm just wondering if there's other ways that people, notoriously could hear about it and spread the word, or anything that we're not capitalizing on. I guess I don't want to ask. I just want to encourage you to keep looking.
Sure.
It seemed like a decent option, and a little surprised it hasn't worked, but I totally understand why it wouldn't. So anyway, thank you for the update. Yeah.
Member Voss.
Thank you. I will echo gratitude heard from members Seraphy Cox and Levy about the vaccine clinic and your presentation content. And I just have one question. I haven't heard from many people about this, but a few seemingly kind of very different random people have mentioned that they're wondering how their student was selected for the tiered support. So that makes me wonder. What I've been told is some of these people think it's just through Ames Web, I think it's called. And I guess the question is, I noticed in that that it said there's multiple data sources being used to identify kids, but I'm wondering what those are, and or if these people are correct. And then also if you could, some of them have shared their concern that their kids are maybe not needing the tiered support and missing important things in class. So how do we think about those things?
Sure. So we've always endorsed multiple measures to identify students. So Ames Web is one. For reading, the BAS is the other primary screener we use. And then we also use the math recovery screening tool for math. So we have 2 screeners in both ELA and math that we're identifying in the non-tested grades. In the tested grades, which would be 3 and up, we have those measures, and we also have MCAS that we take into account in addition. So it's always on the basis of multiple measures. I will say that, and I have said this before in this meeting, based on the volume of students who are showing up with needs based on our screeners, we sort of didn't have the opportunity to consider each individual case as carefully as we normally do, and took the position that it would be better to have some false positives in the group than to have some false negatives. For grade 3 through 5, I would say, though, that the interventions are taking place after school. So they may be missing some after school opportunities, but would not be missing any academic instruction during the day. We did also structure our after school offerings so that students wouldn't have to make a choice between enrichment and participation in acceleration. So we did try to address that concern as well. Now, for students in grades K1 and 2, the intervention does happen during the school day. We have really focused on trying to schedule at the building level so that students aren't pulled out of academic instruction in order to receive acceleration, because that only creates gaps while you're trying to fill in gaps. So we focus on trying to remove students from different parts of the school day in order to receive those interventions, but it is always something. So that is that's a concern. The other thing that I would point out is any type of intervention, whether it's happening in general education or special education, is always with parental consent. We don't require students to be in a intervention if the parent feels that the student doesn't need the intervention.
Thanks. Just one clarification and one comment. The clarification is, so from your perspective in grades 6 to 8, you don't think it was just based, students being put in tiered support isn't based just on Ainsworth, it's based on other things as well?
Correct. In grades, I'm sorry, what grades did you say?
6 to 8, that's where I were concerned.
6 to 8, there were the 2 main screeners, and most of the students are receiving intervention in math, right? It's not as many in ELA, so I'll take this as a math specific question. The 2 measures we were looking at were Ames Web and MCAS. So students generally did poorly on one or both of those in order to be identified for an intervention.
Okay, and then just my reaction as a 20+ year engineering educator who really talks to students a lot about their experience in middle and high school math is, and this is consistent, I think this is why some people came to me, is it isn't a reason to not suggest kids go to tiered support if they're missing things. It's super important, but I think there is a cost associated with what you referred to as a false positive, where maybe they're identified but don't need it. And there's especially in middle school age kids, and especially with girls historically, and probably with other subgroups, there's a message that can be interpreted as you're not good at math. And I think we just need to be super well aware of that and not send that message. And unfortunately, I think some students got that message, and it can be really detrimental to their development. And I just hope that we're aware of it and can do better.
I hear that.
Business Administrator Nick Bernier, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to something Member Kaufman said real quick. In the weekly DESE commissioners update that was sent out yesterday, there was a blurb about DESE partnering with the Mass Higher Department of Career Services to basically create a listserv that would reach thousands of job seekers, and substitutes were included in the different job seeker categories. So basically we would just have to fill out a survey, I guess. I haven't looked at the survey yet because I wanted to talk to Dr. Provost about it before I do, but that is certainly something that we could look to do in order to increase our sub pool.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks. I mean, yeah, I think the idea is not only that we have, I mean, we voted to pay more money. So I get that just by letting them know that we do so. I don't know if that opportunity exists through what you're talking about, but hopefully just, yeah, thank
I'm
you.
sure that the pay is probably one of the survey questions, so.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Provost, for your report and for all the follow-up comments from the school committee. Now we'll move into new business, section 7 of our agenda. And the first item on the agenda is a report from our student representative. And Lila Niels Duffy is our student representative, and just trying to find, there you go. Just going to ask you to unmute.
Hi, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah, so I'm the student representative from the student union, and I'm just going to give a quick update of what we've been doing in the past few weeks since I last presented. So one of the things is a few weeks ago, the student union cabinet met with Principal Valancourt, and we just discussed quite a few things, but I feel like the biggest new update from that was that we've decided to start hosting student forums during FlexBlock to collect student feedback. Yeah, so that's very exciting. We're hoping to kind of connect more with the students through that, because historically we've had a hard time kind of gauging and like connecting with students and kind of seeing how they feel and representing them accurately. So we're hopeful that that's gonna, you know, make students more aware of what the student union has been doing. And another update is there is a new subcommittee based on like helping athletes who have been maybe missing some school from the late start. And there is an idea to create a platform to help athletes share notes with each other from various classes. So this is still like kind of an idea that's in the early stages, but the idea is kind of to create a Google Drive, I think, and have students have sections for each class, and athletes from different classes are going to be who might be missing different times could take notes in the classes and then share them with other students who have missed them. So yeah, that's a pretty exciting update. Another thing is that the student union survey, which we kind of talked about in the student advisory committee meeting a few weeks ago, was sent out, and we just closed it. So we'll probably be, you know, analyzing that soon. And we'll definitely let you guys know what the results from that are. And we just finished analyzing the diversifying the curriculum survey that we sent out last year. So hopefully we can share the results from that too soon. Another idea that the student union has had is a work catch-up day that we talked to Principal Valancourt about as well, to help students kind of catch up on work. And the idea was it would be like an in-school day, but the teachers wouldn't present any new work. And then kind of the school-wide kind of new event that's been happening is that casting has closed for the musical. So that's very exciting. The musical is Mamma Mia. So yeah, and they're starting production for that now. Very cool. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your report. We appreciate it. So now we'll move on to a update from the Prevention Coalition. And we have listed on the agenda Member Busansky and the new
Mayor, Member Goldman has her hand up.
Oh, my apologies, Member Goldman.
Yeah, thank you for that report. I'm wondering about talking about students missing school for athletic events, and if there's an opportunity for us to discuss that at all ourselves. I'm quite concerned that students are missing school at the end of the day. And I guess I'd like to I will myself go back and review the tape of that discussion for late start, where we approved having high school students starting later, and a lot of concern was raised about the athletes. And I'm just curious where we're at with that right now, why it's the case that students are missing school, and if having them prioritize their athletic responsibilities makes sense. It might. Thank you.
So obviously it's not really on our agenda for full-on discussion this evening, but I don't know, Dr. Provost, if you have anything to say about it, or if this is something that can be put on I know we've talked about, I won't be part of it, but talked about sort of an end of year review of how the change has been going. But do you have anything to say about that, Dr. Provost?
Sure, yes. Student athletes missing class was one of the downsides that was identified in moving to a late start. One of the directions of the school committee at the time of the vote was not to let sports concerns come in the way of science supporting a later start time. So we did move forward with that, and that is, that has turned out to be one of an accurate depiction of one of the downsides of the late start. We will be gathering data on this to see whether or not we want to continue with the late start or adjust the late start or whatever, because that is a trade-off. And so I think right now we're in the fall. I think I had predicted that fall was going to be one of the worst times for student athletes. Particularly, I remember predicting that field hockey was going to be particularly impacted by it. I think winter sports will be somewhat less of an impact because the events are indoors and tend to take place later at night, so I don't see as much of an impact there. But it will roll around again when we get to the spring. So, I will collect data and share it with the new school committee, and they'll be able to make a determination about whether or not to continue on with late start.
Member Voss.
Thanks, and thanks for your report, Lila, and for bringing this up. I wanted to share with the committee, that when we got an email about this a month or so ago, I responded, and Dr. Provost will remember this. I think there's some history that's really important, which is when the Budget and Property Subcommittee first talked about this, and it was even, I believe, at times before this current school committee, we met with, I believe, 4 different athletic directors, or maybe 3, and now we have the 4th hired over maybe a 3-year period. And for the ones we met with, we were assured that this would be very minimal, that schedules could be made so that games would start later, and we could work with at least home games, and maybe we wouldn't play all the same teams, but we would work with it. And what I recall is that golf was something they were concerned might have to leave school maybe twice in the fall early, but that was the only team I remember being brought up by those athletic directors. And in practice, I wonder if it's just the turnover of the athletic directors combined with COVID and not being in person, that this message didn't get passed along in terms of scheduling things. And moving forward, it feels like instead of making it late start versus athletics, we could make it, let's figure out how to fit athletics in to the end of the school day in a responsible way so that our students are not missing class. And maybe there's a limit on the number of classes each team can miss, and it should be a very small number if it's greater than 0. So I think it may not be one or the other, but scheduling things so that it works.
Dr. Provost, did you want to respond to that, or?
I think it would probably be best to respond at a time when it's actually on the agenda. But
Yeah, I agree. I mean, having been part of this discussion for 10 years, I know one of the challenges was that, unless other districts align their start times to the same time, you're going to have a similar conflict with athletic schedules not aligning. But Member Gold.
Yeah, appreciate the student report as well, and Member Goldman for sharing your concern. The only thing I would add is, sorry if it was shared already, but the high school transcript did an amazing report on this issue. And so I encourage everyone to watch that video. I believe the teacher, Jeremy Whalen, shared that video with all the school committee. And I really encourage us to do what we can to maybe in these last 2 months set the precedent that we make our decisions based on actual evidence and data, because we shouldn't make assumptions of how many athletes would be impacted. The sports department can know how many athletes would be impacted based on how many are playing those sports. And so as you see in the transcript, there's 180 students that are missing a class. And I just am saying this now to put the sense of urgency, and whether it's in December or early in January to really evaluate this. 180 students is 20% of Northampton High School. That's 1 out of 5 students are missing classes. So 180 sounds like it maybe isn't a lot, but that also is 20% of the high school. So and Member Voss, I don't, those kind of things, I don't, as being a member on budget and property, I don't remember us having that information and actually getting those numbers. And so rather than us theorizing, I think winter is going to be less impacted. Like we should know, Dr. Provost, I think we can know how many students will be impacted by winter sports. And I think that's something that could be shared in December, and then as maybe throughout the year, they could just, we can know these things and then make decisions in the future based on actual evidence and data.
Member Levy.
Thanks. I also recognize that this is not on our agenda. So rather than get into a discussion about it, even though I'm tempted, I'd simply like to ask that this discussion topic get put on a upcoming agenda, and that I know that I actually don't know the timing of scheduling fall and winter sports. But I would imagine that the fall schedule was set before we had made our decision about the school start time. And if that's the case, perhaps there's an opportunity now, as we're looking into next fall's schedule, to ensure that we are prioritizing academics and scheduling games and matches so that students aren't missing school. Because I also recall, as Member Voss, that we had said we would prioritize academics and ensure that the schedule would not conflict. So yes, I want to talk about this more. And in the meantime, because I know it's time sensitive, I hope our athletic director has this on their radar in terms of working on the schedule or schedules that are coming up. And I hope that when we have this on the agenda, that the athletic director can be a part of it as well and bring some data.
Okay, Member Busanski.
Thanks. I just want to add to this that, I agree with what Member Voss said, that it's important not to pit late start against athletics, and that it's better to look at some other solutions. We have other districts. Amherst immediately switched to the exact same time as us when we moved to late start. East Hampton has either switched to a later start or is about to switch to a later start. So we're not alone in this, first of all. So I think it's just important to reach out and find out what other districts are doing, as well as kind of gather our steam about changing some of the game times, et cetera, moving forward. Athletes always missed some school going to games. And I just want to also say that our students miss class for a lot of reasons. So we can just drill down and just talk about how much athletes do it, but students miss class to go to college visits all fall long and all spring long. They miss class so they can go to meet with their guidance counselor. They miss class for lots of reasons. And it's not just athletics. So if you really want to talk about why they're missing class, then we should talk about like the bigger, broader issue. But I'd really just encourage us to look at how to change game times and meet the needs of our athletes rather than sacrifice late start. Thanks.
Dr. Provost.
I'm really going to keep this brief because I said we shouldn't talk about things that are not on the agenda, but I just wanted Second, Member Brzezinski's point and say, we are seeing it on the tail end of the day, but prior to this, we were seeing tremendous issues with tardies at the first period. So that was another issue. So it's very nuanced and complex, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, well, sounds like it'll be a good discussion for 2022. Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll move on to item B under new business, which is the Prevention Coalition update. And Member Busanski and the new Prevention Coalition Director, Kara McLaughlin, are on the agenda. So I'll turn it over to both of you.
Thanks, Mayor Narkowitz. So as the Northampton Prevention Coalition liaison, I've been in the NPC meetings throughout the pandemic, and there's been a lot of changes happening. So I thought it was important to bring it back to this committee and to the public to let you know about what's been happening, which has been pretty new and exciting. I asked Annie to send out the documents yesterday. That I hope maybe you got to look at the 2-pager. The larger 26-page report is just for more background, in-depth knowledge if you're interested, so you can look at it at your own leisure. Sorry for the short timeline on that one. I just want to kind of back up and let you know that Northampton Public Schools had a drug-free communities grant program that ran for a decade and ended roughly around the spring. I'll let Kara correct any mistakes I made. At really the end of spring, at which time our coordinator, Ananda Lennox, left for another job, and we brought in co-coordinators, Kara McLaughlin and Ruth Ever, to finish up that grant and spend down the remaining money on it. At that time, we also underwent some meetings with the city and thanks to the mayor really being supportive of moving the position over as the grant funding was ending to the Department of Health. So now the coalition coordinator position resides at the Board of Health, which I think opens up a lot of new opportunities. I invited Kara to come tonight and give you an update on where we're at with the coalition. I think we're going to have to unmute her, I can tell. And I think, Kara, you have some slides you'd like to share. Mayor, is that possible?
Yes, hopefully, I believe you should be able to share your screen. Kara.
Okay,
I just want to say one last thing, that how important I think the Northampton Prevention Coalition has been to our students and to our community. And I think we're really lucky to have such a active coalition that's really working on substance abuse and mental health issues. All right, Kara, looks like you're good to go.
great. I'm just saying goodnight to bed. Hold on one second. Good night. I'll come in. So I'm Kara McLaughlin. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Florence. I'm a parent of a lead second grader, and I'm on the lead school council. Thanks for inviting me, Rebecca, to come tonight. I've been working in prevention and public health for a long time. I was up in Turner's Falls for over 10 years. And previous to that, I ran their peer mediation programs. So hearing restorative justice makes me feel really happy because that's what my background is, seeing it progress in the district. So like Rebecca said, I came on just to help spend down funds, and then I was very excited when Mayor Narkowitz put the position into the budget, because I'm working with Meredith O'Leary and Cherry Sullivan, which is like an amazing opportunity to do some amazing things in Northampton. So I'll just give you a little brief background for people who are new to prevention science, just very quickly. So this is the old days for many of us of what substance addiction prevention looked like. If bonus points for anybody who remembers, I think you'll remember McGruff, crime dog McGruff, but the other one is Darren. There must be thousands of Darrens in the dump now, landfills throughout the United States. This is a huge waste of government spending. It was not science-based at all. And after 10 years, they found out that it had no measurable outcomes and future addiction use 20 years later. And we also know that it actually did harm to many kids who needed this prevention stuff the best. They were introduced to substances and then increased their use rate. And luckily, we now use a public health model that like goes deeper into just like trying just say no, which would be more at the top. We look at prevention, what's evidence-based strategies, and you've seen a lot of this throughout Northampton of like community norming of like what are the norms in our community around substance use. So here are some of the previous before I came on board. You may have seen some of these posters around specific to addiction. So when I came on, there was only about 6 months left of the grant, last 3 months of the grant left. Here's the wonderful numbers over the 10 years of the grant, the addiction rates dropping. We're watching that blip in prescription drugs down below. This is pretty good trend data that you want to see doing addiction work. So prevention science is evolving, and we're not just looking at trying to like do addiction prevention at the middle and high school level, which the funding really tied our hands to doing. We can really go a lot deeper, and the world of public health is changing, and it really reflects some of the stuff that's happening in the DIP, the District Improvement Plan around health equity, which is similar language to looking at how equity has health outcomes and health disparities, and marginalized populations live even up to 20 years less than privileged populations. And doing things like cultural humility, looking at childhood traumas, impact on health, systemic oppression, and the social determinants of health. So these are new language that's being used in for many people in the public health fields, and I'm really excited to start having these conversations at the Prevention Coalition. BSAS, which is the Bureau of Substance Addiction Services, falls under the Department of Massachusetts Public Health, are now using these 8 guiding principles. So we'll be really digging into these as the Prevention Coalition, which is really exciting. Just a little background since I've come on in spring. We spent a lot of money down before the grant ended. I have a lot of thanks to the coalition, to Wendy Blanchett in the business office. We spent a good chunk of money, met with a lot of people in the school district about needs, and we bought new health curriculum that's really inclusive. And it's in English and Spanish for the new health teacher. We bought lots of yoga equipment for the middle school, health and wellness classes, PE classes, as well as the health classes in the high school. We have bought a lot of copies for future use of the little book of Race and Restorative Justice. So this may be something we have lots of copies of this to be handed out for the school, and as well as missing the other one, but it's up there, How to Talk When Kids Won't Listen, which is about how to do restorative justice. We also purchased eCheckup to Go, which is for students who are on campus caught using substances at school events to have interventions. And we also funded the Reels Story Project. Just to finish up, one of the big chunks of money we spent was on diverse and equity focused picture books for the elementary schools. We spent $24,000 on picture books that reflect all types of diversity and intersectionality, whether that is religion, race, sexual orientation, family structure, and every teacher in the district from pre-K through grade 5 will be getting 10 books each. Jackson Street's the last. Should be delivering the books tomorrow. And we also have more books in the library. That also came with coaching and mentoring for teachers who want more support. We also just secured this summer an initiative called Healthy Foundations Initiative. And that's going to be, we're going to take a look at health ed pre-K through 12 in the district. So we're wanting to recruit family, caregivers, educators, students to look at what are we doing for health education. And this isn't just curriculum, but this will be interventions, programming, mindfulness. What are we doing to support mental health and outcomes for kids in our school district? And then we'll be doing research and making recommendations. That is the conclusion of my presentation. Happy to take any clarifying questions. I know it's late. I'm also happy to come back another time.
Thank you, Kara. I did want to see if anyone had any questions.
Thanks, Kara. Yeah, I recall that you would, the Prevention Coalition would come in usually after the big data collection and report on that on an annual or
Biannual, yeah.
biannual basis. So I don't, I'm sure COVID kind of messed that up. I'm not really sure where we are in that cycle, but I assume that will start to happen again in the future.
Yes, it's called the Prevention Needs Assessment Survey. It's done with 8th, 10th, and 12th graders biannually, and that data was released this summer. And there was a presentation done to the Wellness Committee of the school district. But I can come back and present, or with Spiffy Coalition, who collects the data.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments? Well, just thank you and welcome, and we're glad to have this position now sort of solidified now that the grant funding has ended, and the coalition and Meredith put on a pretty heavy lobbying campaign for this, and so we're happy to include it in the budget and glad that you're with us. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Kara.
Good night now. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is getting back to the Superintendent Evaluation Committee and Member Condon, and this is a requested vote around setting goals for the superintendent. I'll turn it over to Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the community as well as the rest of the committee, the evaluation process is a cyclical one. So after we as an entire committee voted Dr. Provost proficient in his last evaluation cycle, we as a subcommittee started working with Dr. Provost on his next set of goals. So in that process, he did some self-analysis, assessment of the district's needs, student progress and growth. He'll be presenting that as part of his goals. And using that came up with a new set of goals that he will be working on for the next 2 years. So all of that was in your packet. It was down near the bottom, titled Provost's Self-Assessed Goal Setting. So we as a committee are presenting these goals to you for a vote for approval. I'll let Dr. Provost present them to you and briefly summarize them, as well as answer any questions you might have. Dr. Provost?
Thank you. So I'm proposing 4 goals for the next evaluation cycle. Following the state model, the first goal is a student learning goal, which is based on improving student achievement. The 2 areas or 2 groups of students that I'm focusing in on in this proposed goal are economically disadvantaged and English learners and former English learners. And the specific subject I'm focusing in on is math. It's always been my practice to go to the groups that are showing the greatest need and focus goals around there, because it's a way of making sure that I'm focusing my energy and the district's energy around better serving the students who are currently not well served by the district. And so you can see that right now we have 47%, this is based on the 2021 MCAS results that we had last year. 47% of economically disadvantaged students in grades 3 through 8 are not meeting expectations in math, and 65% of students who are English learners and former English learners are not meeting expectations in math. The goal here is to achieve a 10% reduction in each student subgroup identified in the not meeting expectations category, which is the lowest category. And so if there was a 10% reduction this year and 10% reduction next year, that would bring us to from 47% not meeting expectations to 38% not making expectations for the economically disadvantaged group, and from 65% to 52% not meeting expectations for the English learners and former English learners group. We chose the 10% reduction model target based on the former accountability system benchmark for earning extra credit, which is shown in Appendix A. This is an actual example. This is from Northampton results. And it was felt that if you could move 10% of any subgroup population from the lowest category to out of that category, that was worthy of getting what they used to call extra credit points underneath the accountability system. And so you can see in Appendix A, I forget which year this was, but this was a year where we got bonus points. It was 2016. We got bonus points almost all across the board for reducing the percentage of students in the lowest category, which at that time was called warning failing, by 10%. So that's the methodology that we used to come up with the 10% reduction, and that's the proposed goal there. There was some discussion about, well, do you have any other measure besides MCAS that shows this is still a worthy area to focus in on? So I did disaggregate the fall AIMSweb screening into the three categories of EL. I can't easily get former ELs, but this does include just current ELs, economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged. And you can see that in every grade level, the difference between the groups is quite significant. And that also is included in Appendix A. And so that's what I would propose for the student learning goal. The next goal is the professional practice goal. This is the goal that's, again, one of the ones that sort of in the system of the statewide evaluation model says one of them should be based on student achievement, one of them should be based on your own growth and professional development. So my goal here is to participate in the MASS Ready and pilot, which is the Superintendent Leadership Practice Network. I talked about that a little bit when I was presenting the monthly report. I'll just add here that I'm really excited to be selected for part of this. I understand that a third of superintendents in the state requested to be a part of this, and I was one of only 2 chosen from Western Massachusetts. So I'm excited to be a part of the group. I'm excited that my learnings will be directly applicable to the district improvement plan. It's a way for me to model this learning that we're asking all educators in the district to do by very publicly engaging in it myself. And it's a way for me to support my professional organization by supporting this initiative that they have. So as we were thinking about a way to make this measurable, I ended up going into the literature, as they say, and finding this doctoral dissertation written, I forget the individual's first name, but written by Rios in 2019. Title of the dissertation was Waking Up to Racism, Participating in Anti-Racist Reflective Leadership Group for White Urban School Leaders. That was a model that's almost the same as the model that I'm participating in. They had 8 monthly sessions that were facilitated by some experts in the area. The only difference is that that was for, in the dissertation group, the study group was principals. So in this group, it's superintendents. In that model or that dissertation, the measure that was used in order to gauge the outcomes of the process were the stages of white racial ethnic identity development, which also is one of the documents that we're using in the superintendent's group. Based on where the principals had gotten and a result of their 8-month process, most of them ended up at stage 4 or 5. Most of them were really like a 4.5, somewhere in between the pseudo-independence and immersion stage. And so the goal I would have would be to end up somewhere, 4 to 5 as a result of my participation in the process. So what I would propose to do is basically do the same thing that the principals who are part of that dissertation study did, which is after each monthly session, reviewing it with other members of my affinity group, kind of saying where I'm thinking I'm at this point, and then charting that out so that I can show you the growth over time. I will just point out, I don't know if any of you actually looked up the dissertation. This isn't something that goes in a straight line. All of the different participants yo-yoed up and down from month to month. So I expect that will be part of my development as well. But that is what I'm proposing for my professional practice SMART goal. And then there are 2 district improvement goals. And the first one is to continue the podcast series. You've heard me report on podcasts for 2 months now. There's another one that's ready to drop later on this week. And we're going to be taping a 4th session probably next week. I think by the time it's done, it will probably have about 8 sessions altogether. We'll probably end with the policy that we were considering tonight. And then the other district improvement goal is around the district family action team. I chose this because this one is related to the work that I described as part of our culturally responsive leadership practices. The goal of that group is to come up with something that could be a model to share with other districts by the end of year 2. So that's the year we're in now. What we've really sort of honed in on is developing this district family action team structure, which would then support school family action teams. So I reported on the district family action team last month. We'll be meeting again next month, and I'll be reporting on that again throughout the year. But I think this is right on point to DIP Goal 1, which is one you haven't heard me talk about so much so far, but this is the one that really hits on family engagement. And I think if, through the culturally responsive leadership practice, we could come up with something that could be considered a worthy model to share with other districts who are also engaged in this activity, and could be used to support replication at smaller scale at the school level for the creation of school family action teams. That would really further the goals and the objectives of the district improvement plan. So those are the 4 I discussed with the subcommittee, got approval from the subcommittee. And that's what I'm sharing with you all for your approval tonight.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Provost. Do members of the committee have any other information to provide about these goals? And if not, a motion would be in order.
Motion to approve the 4 proposed goals from Dr. Provost.
Second.
Okay, second, but Member Kaufman. Member Gold, your hand is up.
Yes, I was going to make that motion as well to approve. And then now that it's been approved, just for discussion, Dr. Provost and or the subcommittee, I'm curious about the student learning goal. And wondering if it was considered to use student growth percentile versus not meeting or meeting expectations. And if you could share anything on if there was, and if not, I could share what my thinking was on it, but.
So I can say we didn't specifically discuss student growth percentile. When I had first proposed this goal, I was focused on getting students from the not meeting and partially meeting expectations to the meeting expectations category. And the feedback I got was that why not focus on the large number of students at the bottom category and try to move them out. So there is some of the logic of growth model that they were pushing me towards, although we didn't specifically talk about the growth number specifically.
And so I guess my thinking would be, and if it's because we have the challenges of coming back in from COVID and learning loss, and certainly around math and catching students up, you know, students could grow at the 50th percentile, meaning like just like their peers in those subgroups, yet still be in the not meeting expectations. And I think that's successful, right? Like if you're hitting that 50 SGP, that is success, and maybe everybody's still in the not meeting expectations. And so I would, you know, if it's something, you know, if we hit, and then looking at historically at the SGP for those two subgroups, you know, in 2019, the SGP was for economically disadvantaged for math was 40, and for the ELs was 35. And so shooting for an SGP of 50, I think would, I think it would be fairer, honestly, to the district and to the students, right, and to the data, in my opinion, from my understanding of it. And so I wonder if that's something the subcommittee or you would be amenable to.
So I would, I don't have an objection to moving to an SGP model if that's what the committee wants me to do. However, I would say, I wouldn't say the 50th percentile, because when you look at what the state calls the average range, it's really the 40 to 60th percentile. So what they're telling you is there's a 20-point error band. So, you know, I would say if we want to change this to SGP, instead of saying 50th percentile, we should say, to be true to what, you know, the error of measure within that model, to the 40 to 60 band, which is the average range.
Okay, yeah, and I guess, and maybe it's a deeper thing, and I don't want to postpone or deal with putting this off, but I guess I know the target the state always gives us is that, if I'm not mistaken, the target is always a 50 SGP as the target, unless I'm mistaken on that piece. So that's where I was coming up with the 50, but you're right, there is the band. So I guess I would just encourage us to maybe make it 45 to 50, you know, narrow that band a little bit, just because, you know, it was a 50, we had a 40 SGP in 2019 for math for grades 3 to 8. And so I feel like the goal would be to increase, you know, that SGP, maybe that's just what it is to increase the SGP. You know, so 40 to 60 with continuously increasing it each year. Maybe that's enough to say it. So I wonder if you'd be amenable to that. And I don't want to change a whole lot of stuff up, but I think it'd be fairer to the district and to the students.
So you would say 40 to 60% SGP with increasing overall student achievement?
No, and with increasing of SGP for those I really appreciate how you guys focused on those subgroups. So a 40 to 60 SGP with increases in the SGP from year to year, right? So if you hit a 40 SGP, try to get a 42 SGP the following year or whatever it is. So aiming to continuous to increase the SGP.
So I guess what I'm saying is I would push back against that because of the error band. You know, when they say 40 to 60 is average, what they're saying is they can't really tell too much the difference between a 60 SGP and a 45 SGP. You know, that's all average growth.
Right. All right. Yeah. If you think 40 to 60 is the way to go, I think SGP is a better way to go, because you might have a lot of kids growing and stuck in not meeting expectations. And then that seems like there wasn't growth, even if their SGP was high. So like, for instance, I know their SGP was, this year was very low, like the rest of the state, and so I feel like SGP is potentially a better target. But anyway, if you're amenable to it, or the subcommittee, it's up, that would be a thought.
I think it's really up to the whole committee at this
Or
point.
the whole committee, yeah, I guess you're right. But I guess because they were chatting, yeah.
Member Levy.
Thanks. I have a number of questions and frankly, a few concerns about the goals, both the way they were written and also some of the content. And some of the questions I'd like to pose. I do concur with Member Gold in terms of focusing on student learning and growth. I appreciate that perspective. I just want to name that I really like the way you wrote the student learning goal. It is very clear to me what the goal is, so what you're aiming to accomplish, what your steps are going to be to accomplish that goal, and then what the metrics will be, how we will be measuring success. I really, really appreciate that. I don't see that in the other three, and I feel like that's something that's very much missing. And so I want to, if it's okay, and I want to look at them with you and see if we can tease out what the actual goals are for some of these, because a lot of them strike me as action items or action steps.
Recording in progress.
As opposed to actual goals. So if it's okay, I'd like to look at the professional practice goal, because I love that you're doing this program. Congratulations on being selected for it. And I think it can be hugely impactful. But I can't tell by reading this what it is you are going to accomplish by participating in this program. It sounds like maybe what you're going to accomplish is ending the year between the pseudo independence and immersion stages. But I don't know what that means in terms of how that's going to impact the district and what you're going to be able to do as a result of that status. And so one of the things that I would encourage you to do is go back and almost write this goal in the way that you wrote goal 1, which is to say, by participating in this program, I will be able to, and give us some goals. And it might be, this can range. And I know that growth it goes back and forth, but what do you hope to accomplish through this growth? What are you going to be able to do differently? What are you going to be able to assess differently? What do you hope to be able to see differently? And it's okay, given that you're going to be engaged in
Recording stopped.
In a growth program, to not necessarily know exactly what you're going to get out of it, and to even say that, but to say like,
Recording in progress.
Oh my gosh, I don't know what's going on with the recording. But to be able to say like, I hope to be able to apply my learning in order to assess how my own identities potentially impede my ability to move the district forward in this way, or whatever it is. It can be more vague, but there's got to be some kind of goal there. And then we've got to be able to have some kind of metrics to be able to then say, okay, how do we know that you accomplished this? But participation in the program, that's the action item, that's the action step. And so towards what I think is missing. I can continue to the next one, but I wonder, do you want to address that or have any response, Dr. Provost?
No, I think it's feedback that I'll have to think about. If it's feedback that the rest of the committee agrees with, I would have to take it back to the facilitators of the group. I will say, based on the feedback I had gotten from the subcommittee, I have taken this to the people who are leading this group, and they helped me to write this goal. So maybe they can help me to rewrite.
Yeah, and as you know, not to be a broken record, I'm always happy to be helpful. And because this is my area of professional focus, I work on these kinds of goals with folks frequently, and I'm happy to be a resource if you want. I don't want to presume. looking at the district improvement goal, I'm the third goal. I'm just confused about the connection here. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. It seems if I read it, if I'm understanding it the way if I'm reading it and understanding it, the goal is to strengthen and sustain professional growth opportunities in collaboration with a focus on equity and anti-bias work to increase student engagement and mastery of content area standards. That's the goal. And so in order to do that, you are going to communicate and continue this communication campaign. I don't see the connection between. I appreciate the communication campaign. I think it's fantastic. I've heard really positive responses, but I don't see how the communication campaign it connects to increasing, strengthening and sustaining professional growth opportunities and collaboration, or increasing student engagement and mastery of content area standards. So perhaps I'll pause there and see if you can help me understand that better.
So what I would say is, in terms of professional growth opportunities and collaboration around equity and anti-bias work, one of the things that we have heard from our own staff through their participation in the Ed Trust study is they're not sure, this was last spring or last winter, they weren't sure what the district's practices or policies were around addressing incidents of bias. So part of the professional development here is for them to understand, yes, there are policies, there are processes, there are expectations for employees, and hopefully it can serve to create an environment that addresses some of the things that students were discussing at the beginning of this meeting, where they're feeling not able to fully access the educational opportunities of the school because these things have happened that have been barriers for them.
Okay, so it sounds like your goal might be to increase the understanding of teachers and students in the district of both what the policies are and what the protocols are for pursuing or reporting or addressing these incidents. That is, to me, a clearer goal in line with your action items here, and more closely aligns with the metrics that you've outlined. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. This probably is getting ahead of ourselves in terms of having a goal be related to the upcoming policy that we haven't yet passed. But it might also be, I don't know, your thoughts on considering what it might look like to use data of how many incidents get reported, or how many students are feeling supported by the outcomes of those incidents getting reported. Like, I feel like certainly it is important to have people understand process, but then I would hope, and it would feel like a much more robust goal, if not only are people understanding the process, but they're using it, they feel supported in using it, and they're feeling supported in the outcomes. And whether the policy that we're gonna vote on later gets passed or not, that to me would make this a much more robust goal. So again, something to consider.
So I like the feedback on increasing understanding of policies and procedures. I think that is sort of more on point to what I'm talking about here. I'm a little worried about embedding metrics based on a policy that hasn't been passed yet, because not just because it's been passed, but because I think there's going to be a developmental process here. As we discussed in the subcommittee, I think this will be very similar to what happened with the bullying law. I think there'll be at first an outpouring of complaints, and then that will diminish over time as behavior within the school adjusts. I don't know what the sort of life cycle of that's going to be. You know,
Yeah.
in some cases, getting more reports might indicate you're doing better than getting less reports, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's fair. And yes, okay, take that piece out. I still stand by the fact that we already have all these. I mean, what you're doing is you're communicating about the current policies that are in place, regardless of the new policy. And so to me, rather than just simply saying people will know about it because I told them about it, it's to say that actually we're administering them in a way that is getting us results. And I would be curious to know what those results would be, what you would hope those results to be through a goal like this. Okay, and then looking at goal 4, again, I appreciate the focus here on engaging caregivers. Again, I'm confused a bit, and I would love to see this be more robust. It seems that what you're saying is, in order to engage caregivers, students, and community members with a formal ongoing feedback mechanism, great, to identify issues and concerns that creates differentiated opportunities for family voice and engagement. So here's your goal. This is what you're aiming to do. Then your action item will be to serve on an action team. But I don't know what that action team does, what your role on that team is, what the give and take is. We're going to go and we're going to tell people how great our program is, but are we going to learn from other programs and incorporate our learning into our program? And then I also can't tell how we're measuring success here. So what are our metrics? If our goal is to engage caregivers, students, community members with a formal feedback mechanism, blah, 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 how will we know we did that? And that feels like it's missing from this goal. And again, the action item itself, I think, could be much more robust than simply saying, I'm going to serve on this committee. I want a lot more details there. So I would want to see this one as being much more robust, and then also have some metrics. And you know, I'll speak for myself, and I'll let other committee members weigh in. To me, having you know, taking these steps would make these goals much more robust and much more. I would understand how we would measure their success in a way that would make me excited about these goals. As they currently are, I would have trouble supporting them.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, thank you. Superintendent Provost, I have, you know, from looking at last year's goals to this year's goals, I definitely see more specificity and more clarity. So I definitely want to appreciate that. I think that the way that they are tied to the district improvement plan is more clear. So I'm appreciating those things. You had asked, kind of implicitly asked for other committee members' feedback about some of the things that Member Levy was bringing up. I do echo or would echo, you know, especially what she was talking about around, I think it was goal 2 that you had specifically asked for feedback from committee members about. And then I think one of the challenges that I actually have with this process is that this form, which I recognize is from DESE, only allows you to have 4 goals. And you know, the district improvement plan has 4 goals, which really at the end of the day are your goals. That is really what you are driving at. And so the goals that you would be evaluated on for your evaluation are to, implement the district improvement plan. So there feels to be a little bit of a disconnect between like how we do our district improvement planning, and then this form that Desi wants you to use. So I'm just kind of recognizing that there's that disconnect that makes this process difficult. But yeah, I would love to see what kind of revisions you would bring back.
Member Voss.
Thanks. I'll just add my feedback. I agree with what Member Levy said about goals 2, 3, and 4. And I was actually going to ask to clarify some of them, and she was able to do a much better job than I would have. But I appreciate the way she helped turn them into goals. And I just think they can be much stronger. My more novel input that I'd like to go back to, I guess, has to do with goal 1 and the first page, part 1, just to ask a few questions where this form says analysis of student learning, growth, and achievement, and it asks for a summary of strength and weaknesses. And it then says those are going to help inform the goals. And yes, math has been listed on this form as a weakness, but there's really, I guess I feel like this part 1 could potentially be developed a little better. I'm aware of these because of your MCAS, of the strengths and weaknesses, because of the MCAS presentation, but I also worry that, or I guess it just doesn't seem appropriate that we're only using MCAS to identify our strengths and our weaknesses. And I just wonder if we could add a little more depth to this first response. And a specific question about it is, it says mathematics achievement is weak. And then goal 1 goes on to try to say where we're going to improve the mathematic achievement. But it doesn't, to me, really say how, because what are we going to change that we haven't done for the last 10 years? Every time I look at our MCAS results, they're just pretty flat. And I would like to see more than a 10% improvement in this very lowest, not meeting expectations. And maybe it's this tiered help we're getting, but we've had that. And I guess my question is, can we shake this up and do something different and more to help our kids get better at math? And the hope is it would help all of them and not just the most poorly performing subgroups. But we have a lot of kids that need perhaps a different approach.
So I guess I would say a few things about that. I wouldn't support that our achievement has been flat. When I came to the district, I'll say this, I've said this before, I'll say it again. We had 2 schools that were on the verge of very serious state intervention. We had one that was performing, in the bottom 10% by some standards. Both of those schools, not across the board, but in many areas have turned things around. In some cases are above the statewide average now. So I don't think it's right that things have just been flat.
I apologize. I don't disagree with that with elementary, but do you think it's accurate to say, and again, I think it's wrong to just use MCAS, but that's the measure I've been showed, that at JFK in the high school, the math hasn't really changed?
Well, at JFK, we have struggled with math. There's no question. We've struggled for a long time with math. At the high school, it's true that results have been pegged, but they've been pegged at a very high level. When you go to the US News and World Report, Northampton High is 6th ranked school in Western Massachusetts. So, it's to a certain point, you reach a ceiling effect. So I wouldn't say that's the case for the middle school, but I would argue that that's the case for the high school. When you compare us to our, to use another metric, to compare us to our similar high schools, the math achievement in Northampton High is usually 1 or 2 as compared to the similar high schools in their group. And in some cases, some of those similar high schools have been very high performing, schools you would recognize from the eastern part of the state.
I guess the other parts of the question were just why is it, do we really want to be using MCAS to measure everything? I mean, some of the notes I took, I would love us to consider things like love of learning, interest in math, confidence in math, the whole child's math experience. And it just feels like we're going for a pretty low bar saying let's increase by 10%. Is that a reasonable expectation, or can we do more? Can we go for more?
Well, the 10% was chosen because under the old accountability system, that was considered to be commendable performance. Like it was hard to get those bonus points by making a 10% reduction. So that's why those were chosen. Although I'm not sure if we're going with that, if we're going with growth at this point. With respect to MCAS, it doesn't have to be MCAS, but you'll see this section references 603 CMR 35.06. In that part of the regulation, it says that it has to be based on achievement. So it could be other types of achievement testing other than MCAS. It doesn't have to be MCAS, but it has to be based on achievement for this part of the evaluation process.
Okay, I'll let other people speak. Thank you.
Member Levy.
Thanks. I'd like to offer an amendment to the resolution on the floor. It's not a resolution, to the I'm really tired.
There's a motion.
Motion.
It's
Thanks.
a motion made to
Motion.
approve the goals. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to offer an amendment to the motion, which is to say that to really commend the superintendent on really great effort in getting started on these goals, and to send him back to make some revisions and come back to us next month if that's an appropriate timeline with revisions based on the feedback that you've heard. I don't know if it needs to go to the subcommittee first before it comes back to us.
So it's not really, you're not really amending the first motion. You're actually trying to make a motion to basically postpone consideration of this and ask that the superintendent make revisions in the intervening time. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's to say the motion is to approve these, and I'm saying not no to that, just not yet to that.
Okay. Okay. But you're asking for revisions to the goals.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not saying like start from scratch. I'm saying you've got a starting point here and to work on them.
Okay, so just, I guess, maybe just restate your motion just one more time, just so we understand, just so we have it. So
sure. So my motion, or my amendment to the motion on the floor, is to thank the superintendent for an initial effort and to request that he go back and make revisions based on the feedback he's received, and to come back to us next month if that timeline works for him, with revisions based on the content that he has currently.
okay, is there a second on that motion?
Well, it's not a motion, it's a friendly amendment, isn't it?
Oh, well, it could be friendly if you accept it. I would be happy to offer it as a friendly amendment first.
I mean, I guess I would respond and say, if we vote no on the original motion, that's basically saying what you're saying, right? That he is going to go back, take the feedback, and then revise. So I'm not sure we need the revision, because the outcome of the vote will basically decide whether he goes back and revises them or not.
But then you're putting members in a position of having to vote. It looks like we're voting against the superintendent when that's not our intention.
Right.
You're not voting against the superintendent, you're voting against approving the goals as written.
Well, the maker of the motion, if it's not being offered as a friendly amendment, then, the maker of the motion is saying that it's, not being accepted as as a friendly amendment. So,
Yeah, that's fine. So then I would like to not offer it as a friendly amendment and just offer it as an amendment, to simply say the amendment is to pass these goals. And I'm saying, I suggest we wait to pass these goals until we see revised goals.
so then it really is a motion to postpone consideration
Yes.
pending revisions or something along those lines. Okay. So a motion to reconsider, a motion to, or to postpone is certainly would be in order at any time. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox second. So I've got a bunch of hands up in the intervening time. Member Busansky.
Thanks. I was trying to second it, but I couldn't get to my mute button fast enough. So I just wanted to add, I don't know where this fits in, Member Levy, if this is a friendly amendment to your motion, but just that I think it should go back to the subcommittee to work on this with the superintendent. I'm supportive of your motion. I'm going to vote for yes on it. And but I think this committee as a whole would need to recommend that it goes back to the subcommittee, take it up with the superintendent to help him with this.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment if that's what you're offering.
That's what I'm offering. Thanks.
Okay.
So then just to restate, then your motion is a motion to postpone consideration pending further revision by the, technically you're asking it to be sent back to the subcommittee is essentially what you're asking to happen under this new revised, amendment or motion rather. It would be like a policy was brought forward, it wasn't fully formed or whatever, and it's being sent back to the committee as happens.
Right.
So is that a fair way to describe it?
Yes.
Okay. Member Kaufman.
Yeah, thank you. So as a member of that committee, I would support this idea. I would just ask that if we do move forward with that we would also, and I think Member Levy was asking this, but I'm not sure, but I think I would appreciate other members just taking what is currently presented and offering some ideas or feedback. Just want to pull this in as soon as we can. And I think there's a lot of good ideas, and at least we will be able to debate them, and Dr. Provost could respond to which ideas he liked and he didn't like. But if we know what they are ahead of time, I think that maximizes our chance of getting it done by the next meeting, hopefully. So I don't know, again, if that's an amendment or whatever, it's just a good idea. And I think Member Levy had discussed that same thing. Is that right? Thank you.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. Yeah, something I just wanted to point out in the discussion about whether or not this goes back to the committee is that the committee as a whole has decided that the superintendent evaluation process is led by, directed by, guided by the subcommittee, but actually is a process that the whole committee is engaged in, every member. And I think it's important that that occurs even at this level, not just at the evaluation level in 2 years, but for each of these stages where we're all familiar with what the goals are and are able to support Superintendent Provost with them through the course of the cycle. So I understand returning this to the Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee to add the clarifying pieces that have been requested, but I also encourage other members to come to that space. I think it makes sense for this to happen in that space instead of here, where it would take quite a bit of time. Discussions a little easier in those meetings, as you're all familiar in your own subcommittee meetings. But I do encourage members to come to those meetings to further clarify these goals. Thank you.
I appreciate that comment, Member Goldman. I would only advise that members just need to be cautious that if more than a quorum of the school committee shows up, then that becomes a problem. If you're essentially deliberating on the superintendent's evaluation, so you would need to post the meeting as sort of a co-meeting of the school committee and of the subcommittee. I don't know how many people are going to come to the meeting, but that's just one area of concern.
Right, so perhaps in that case, it would be more of a workshop like we've done before, but also, but also something that I will get back to you about.
Yeah, I can't think of any way that you could structure this as a workshop, since setting the goals of the superintendent is a principal, action of the school committee, and so it's really any deliberation on it by a majority, by a quorum of the school committee would constitute deliberation by the school committee. So you just would have to cross post it. It's not a big issue. Otherwise, school committee members would have to participate like members of the public. They wouldn't really be able to participate in the discussion like a school committee member. So that's all. I mean, it's not, you can overcome it by just simply double posting the meeting.
Great, thank you so much for that clarification for everyone.
Member Gold.
Along the same lines here, so can we email our who would we email our suggestions to? Sorry I should probably know this, but like, if we wanted to, who do we email those suggestions to? Just the Dr. Provost?
Or it's definitely through either Dr. Provost or through Annie. Again,
not directly to the subcommittee. Yes. Cool.
I would definitely to a staff member.
Make it that clear. Thanks.
Member Levy.
I just want to clarify, because I agree, Member Goldman, that this is something that should include the perspectives of the entire school committee, which I believe is why we're weighing in now. And so just to clarify that when this goes back to the subcommittee, that then it will come back to the full committee again, right? So that, yes, we can give feedback, and hopefully we have given feedback, or it will come via email, and then we will be able to see it again together as an entire committee, right? Okay.
I mean, ultimately, we as a committee need to vote on and accept them. So they will have to circle back around to you if revised.
Okay, so any further comments or questions? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to send this back to the superintendent evaluation subcommittee for additional revisions as outlined this evening, and potentially suggested via email to John in the intervening time. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
No.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
And Member Condon.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so the motion carries, and this matter does get referred back to the Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, item D, there's a vote to require COVID-19 vaccinations for all students engaging in athletics and extracurricular activities. And then there is a additional addendum regarding the superintendent's health advisory committee making recommendations about this particular vote. So I will turn it over to Member Voss, and who requested that this be on the agenda, and have her begin. Probably makes sense to make some kind of a motion just to get it on the floor and at a second so that we can discuss it.
Okay, I will make a motion and then I will start a discussion, and I guess I'll just read what you put on the agenda, which is to require COVID-19 vaccination for all students engaging in athletics and extracurricular activities. And obviously we have, well, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. So I'll turn back to the maker of the motion.
Okay, so really, just to give people a small amount of history here, I've asked for this to be on the agenda for many months, and it was asked in the form of a discussion so we could start talking about it. So I don't know that I'm the right one to fully lead this, but I was listed and that's fine. I'm glad it's here. And really, I re-asked again because of the article in the Gazette, and then that said the Board of Health appreciated our letter from last month and wondered if we'd considered a policy similar to the Cambridge one. I read it in the Gazette, so I said, okay, I guess maybe we can start discussing this. And I don't know him, but I think somebody from the Board of Public Health is actually here because he signed the letter. So thank you very much for your correspondence. The school committee got a letter, I believe yesterday or the day before, basically encouraging us to consider a policy similar to the one in Cambridge and to take into account to make sure that it's equitable in the way the superintendent has described. So I guess as a starting point, and I'm perfectly capable of sharing this on my screen, I have it up on my browser. A starting point feels good to consider the Cambridge policy. And I wonder, I don't know that this needs to go through our policy, our normal policy procedure. Because the superintendent has the power to make policies in the COVID era, and essentially in Cambridge, the superintendent was the one that proposed it. So I guess, Dr. Provost, if you want me to put the Cambridge policy up, I'm happy to do that. But maybe you could help me figure out where we want to go with this.
I think it would be appropriate for you to post the Cambridge policy because you're basically asking the school committee to follow Cambridge's lead.
Okay. I have what their superintendent put on their webpage. I think this will help. Okay. Is that showing up okay?
Yep.
There's different versions that you can read of this. I think the other thing that's important with their policy is in some cases, it allows for testing over a period before students are vaccinated. And that feels to me like a very reasonable thing to do.
Member Levy, your hand is up.
Thanks. Yeah, question. I don't know, Member Voss, if you know the answer to this or anybody else. When it says age eligible students, does that mean eligible based on emergency use authorization, or does that mean based on the FDA approval? So 16 and up or 5 and up now?
I believe, and Dr. Provost, correct me if I'm wrong, in what I've read about the Cambridge policy, it was directed at students who are 12 and older, but it was before it was approved for 5. And I think that's something we need to talk about and figure out where we stand. And that's where I would also bring in, if we don't want to require it for extracurricular activities for certain age groups, I would like to at least require those people to be part of the testing program.
So
it is, to clarify, Member Levy, it is for emergency use, so.
Okay, thank
not
you.
FDA approved.
Thank you. I remain really unclear based on the vote we made a few meetings ago, whether we voted away our authority to make this decision or not. And especially, so I guess while I'm in support of parts of this, I'm curious to know, Superintendent Provost, what did the Health Advisory Committee recommend or ask for? Was it for all students, for students 16 and up? It probably says it in the letter that they sent us, but I'm not recollecting. And that's my question.
So just to clarify, the letter didn't come from the Health Advisory Committee. The letter that you received, I believe, came from the Board of Health or members of the Board of Health. The Health Advisory Committee did weigh in on this, knowing that it was going to be on the agenda and knowing that the vote you had mentioned had been taken. Since this is, would effectively be a matter of policy, much like the face masking policy, I think it would be something that the school committee could create a policy about if it wanted to. What our discussion around this really came down to were concerns about equity. We know that, not all members of our community have equal access to healthcare. We know that not all members of our community might have the same beliefs about the vaccine. And we are really concerned that implementing this requirement could have a disparate impact on certain populations. So in the end, we felt that we could support it with some caveats or with some modifications. One, and I think this is a big one, is that we felt older students should be treated differently than younger students. And that is also around what we know about caregiver hesitation about vaccine being quite different for young students as it is for students in the older age group. We also felt that the definition of extracurriculars was important. We were concerned that we didn't want to have students excluded from any either learning or enrichment opportunity within the school day because of this. Because we just had this conversation about trying to help students recover some losses and make up for lost time they'll never get back. So we didn't want to have a policy that would, undermine the efforts to provide students with opportunities for that type of education. And then the third thing was that we wanted to make sure that we used a phased approach, starting with older students and then moving on to younger students for some of the reasons that were noted above. We didn't have specific timelines that we were able to identify for what the window of opportunity for the older students should be and window of opportunity for younger students, but it certainly makes sense that anything that was going to go into effect would take effect for older kids before younger students, especially since we're just beginning the process of vaccination for younger students. So that's where, to answer your question, that those concerns were where, and there was one other thing that I do want to mention. There was a large concern around health equity and overall social justice, knowing that many families rely upon opportunities that our schools provide after school, especially elementary schools, now that we have an earlier start time for them for childcare. And we didn't want them to lose their childcare as a result of an action by the school committee, and then potentially lose their jobs as a result of an action of the school committee. So those were the things that we wanted to put on the table. So it was like a yes, we could support it, but it needs to be done very carefully to prevent adverse unintended consequences.
Member Gold.
Yeah, Dr. Provost or Member Voss, I guess, and make your own motion. Can you point to some data or evidence that shows that we need to have, based on the fall sports and extracurricular activities that we've seen, that it's in our students' health interest to be vaccinated because we've, during extracurricular activities? Is there something like what is I guess is bringing this on is my question. That's my first one. Then I have a second one after that.
I'm happy to try. I have another screen share that can help with that too. I think the answer for me is we can't require students to be vaccinated in school. We've learned, even though Amherst is doing it, everybody else is saying the state has to do that. And we know that vaccines are one of the best ways to prevent spread of COVID and to keep our schools open. And so we are, it appears, because a lot of districts are doing this successfully, able to say, well, if you're going to be in school by choice after school, we can put more layers in to keep COVID out of the schools as best as possible. And I think we're about to start indoor sports season. That's very different than outdoor sports season. But I don't think I'm the right voice for this either. This is where I do agree with the school committee. And if we look at, I will share the letter that the Board of Health, the Northampton Board of Health sent us. And this is what other districts are saying. So people were asking about this letter, and I need to find it, sorry. Where is it? I think this is it. For people who haven't seen it, I assume I'm sharing the letter from our Northampton Board of Public Health. They, I'll start here. We are writing third paragraph, relating to let you know the Northampton Board of Health very much supports your desire to have a COVID-19 vaccine requirement for eligible students in the Northampton school system. As you are probably aware, only the Massachusetts Department of Public Health can add the requirement for schools for purposes of enrollment. I'll skip down a little bit. We would also like to be sure you are aware of an alternative strategy was enacted by the school committee of the city of Cambridge at the recommendation of the interim school superintendent on October 5th. And I'll add that we have other local schools doing just this, and many in the eastern part of the state. The Cambridge School Committee made a vaccine requirement for all age eligible students for after-school activities rather than for enrollment. These after-school activities include athletics, student government, arts clubs, and school-sponsored social events, but do not appear to include academic activities such as tutoring. The Northampton Board of Health strongly supports a similar strategy if the school committee felt it could appropriately be implemented in our schools. And I think Member Gold selected parts of this letter that I think address your question.
Thank you. I mean, honestly, it doesn't. They say they want to vaccinate, they wanted to wait till the Massachusetts Department of Health makes it a vaccination requirement because only they can, and they shared a workaround that Cambridge was trying to do. So me personally, yeah, that doesn't, I guess, without the evidence of, there being to our students' health during after school activities or extracurricular, I don't necessarily see the urgency to do that. I also agree with what Member Levy said. I thought this is not in our purview anymore. I guess last thing I would want to say is, if I'm not mistaken, someone here can correct me if I'm wrong, the requirement that we made for staff to be vaccinated only came after the emergency use for adults was changed to non-emergency, like a official FDA approval, right? So, if we waited for official FDA approval to mandate this for staff and for adults, I would request that we wait until official FDA approval for students as well. And so that's why I would be voting no.
Member Kaufman.
Yep, thank you. All right, so I thought, I don't know. I guess I felt like we had made some progress in this who makes these decisions, but we're really testing it out now. I mean, all I can say is my understanding clearly was that what's now known as SHAC were making decisions. We never really fully tested that out, but I was pretty clear that the policy that we reached was that the decisions that are made around COVID are best left to those folks that are actively involved in collecting information and can make the best decisions. And I don't know if we really tested it out. I think, in fact, we went right against that 5 minutes after we made that decision. So that adds to some of the confusion. But we're testing it out now. And how things materialized this past week was that 2 ideas, one from Member Voss and one from Member Gold, came up from school committee members. So we said, okay, now we've kind of decided we're not making decisions, but they are raising some really important points, both of which I personally agree with. But it's not up to me to make the decision. We already decided that it was up to SHAC. So the decision was, here's 2 ideas brought up by our colleagues. Let's send it back to SHAC and let's have them make the decision about whether it's good or not. And in the case of E, I'm ready to vote for E because it's clear as can be. In the case of D, which is what we're now discussing, they've kind of have an answer precisely. They've kind of sent it back to us to make a decision around it by adding a lot of different variables in terms of when this is going to go in place. So this just adds to the confusion. I think other members have brought this up. So my idea with D, to be reflective of the vote that we took, to be reflective of the opportunity we have with SHAC, to leave it up to those experts to make the decision rather than us, is to send this back to them. If we agree that if we agree with their idea, then they need to figure this out. And maybe Dr. Provost needs to invite some folks to the next SHAC meeting. And I think all of these are good ideas, but I think they need to make the decision around when taking item D to another level and what all those considerations are in terms of approaches to age, considerations on health equity, clear definitions of extracurricular. I think Dr. Provost could help a lot with that. But I think it's their decision, and then technically we need to make that vote, and hopefully we're going to vote unanimously because that's the decision we reached. But we really need to stop talking about this. This is just insane, honestly. Bringing this back to us and trying to be shifty about it and trying to bring up the idea that this was discussed many times previously is absolute nonsense. We made a decision. We need to stick with that decision. And I would just say that, the more we attempt to resolve this issue of what's most safe for kids, the more danger we're putting kids in. There's nobody better qualified than our SHAC team to make this. And I'm just going to propose, I guess, that at least for item D, that if we want to take a preliminary vote on whether we like the idea or not, that's fine. But I think they need to put their best heads forward to decide whether this is something that we should take a positive vote on or not. I do think E is different, but we can get to that next.
So Member Kaufman, it sounded like you were, well.
I know I said a lot. We need to stick with our decisions, and I don't think we should have this discussion.
Well,
It goes against what we decided previously. I think we need to stick with our policy. And I'm glad that Dr. Provost had that discussion. I just don't think they made their decision far enough, not like what they did in the next item.
But relative to our
It's confusing.
and you could make a motion to refer it to them, directly to them for a clearer recommendation. If you're feeling like we didn't get enough recommendation, that certainly would be a motion in order to postpone consideration and refer it back to SHAC as we're calling it.
Right. Well, yes, I would definitely be supportive of that. I like their decision. I like the fact that we're moving in that direction. We need more clarity. So I would propose the idea of sending it back to them and having Dr. Provost and or special guests, if you will, that might be more informed about this, try and resolve these things so we can vote yay or nay on it without debating things that we're not qualified to respond to.
Okay.
That would be my motion. Is that clear enough?
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion made and seconded, essentially to send it, to refer this to the Superintendent's Health Advisory Committee, SHAC, for further review and study, and hopefully to send it back to us with a much clearer recommendation. Is that your intent?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. Member Busansky.
I mean, I guess at this point, I'm a little confused. I mean, Member Kaufman, aren't you sort of saying that you don't believe we should be making this vote, that it just should be the superintendent's health advisory committee should just make the decision that we gave, that they have the authority to make the decision? So all this bouncing back and forth to me is just wasting time. So is that really the reason you want it to go back to them so it can come back to us again? This just seems like, silliness.
And that does seem like, you're right, it does seem silly, but I thought technically, you might be right. And I like, if you're suggesting they just make the decision, all the better. But I thought technically, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought technically maybe we need to actually vote on it. Like they would make the decision and we would officially say yes or no. But you're right. I mean, it sounds like a waste of time. It sounds like we need to make the decision relatively quickly. And again, I like both ideas. So I would be supportive of that, but I don't know if I don't know if we took that to that level, do you?
Superintendent.
That they would make the decision without any input from us?
Weigh in on this?
So I will just go back, I'll go back to what Member Kaufman said. There was a decision made to empower the Superintendent's Health Advisory Committee to do this kind of work. But then the very next vote was a vote on a policy that would restrict the advisory committee's ability to do something. That's the vote that's coming up next on the face covering policy. So it really was not clear from that meeting to me that the school committee was stepping aside from all health related decisions. If that is the intention, which I'm not sure it was, but if that's the intention, it would be helpful for me to know that right now, in which case we could go forward and we could just, make decisions. But that would mean, and I want to make clear that it would mean that members couldn't request these health decisions to come up on monthly school committee meetings, because we can't have a situation where it's delegated, but it's only delegated in some cases, and in other cases, we're going to make these decisions ourselves.
Okay, and then I guess the other part of my question, Dr. Provost, is is that it sounds like SHAC has made the recommendation, it has kind of approved the idea of vaccinating in these circumstances, requiring vaccination in these circumstances for students. Right? So if we're voting, I mean, back to Member Kaufman's point again, like there's no reason to refer it back to SHAC to refer it back to us. We're voting to approve what SHAC has recommended, correct?
So we didn't actually get to the stage of creating language for a motion because we didn't think that was our role, to be quite honest.
Got it.
But in the case of the face masks, we did I think provide more clarity on what we think our position is. With respect to this one, I guess we made it, one thing is clear, that an across the board vaccination mandate for participation in extracurriculars, we would not be in support of, because we have the issues around equity, we have the issues around older versus younger students, and we want to make sure that kids aren't locked out of learning opportunities. So those things, if you want more language on that, I certainly could work with my group to come up with more language, but that was clear. We were in favor of requiring it for certain things, for older students, I think for participation in clubs, for participation in athletics. We think that is something that could go forward. We didn't set a date on that, but we think that's something that could be implemented if in a fairly short term. But we do think there are other considerations that would have to go into effect for younger kids and for some of those situations that I'm bringing up. One of the things we did not talk about looking at the Cambridge piece is performing arts. I know that performing arts is a lifeline for a lot of kids, and I'm very concerned with saying that is just a superfluous part of the educational program that we could exclude kids from. I think that there could be some repercussions to students for that.
So I just want to clarify, if I can, Member Busansky, guess superintendent, do we have policies now that are set by the school committee regarding participation in sports and extracurricular activities? Are there not policies around that?
You do, you have athletic fee policy, for example. The MIA has policies around substance abuse. So there are many policies that impact sports. There aren't, I can't think of any policies that impact participation in clubs or participation in performing arts.
Understood. Okay.
I just had, sorry, two more, hopefully, I think, quick questions. So do we know, Dr. Provost, the percentage of students vaccinated by school or age or anything, grade?
I don't have a current number on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then lastly, did we wait till FDA approval to mandate the vaccine for teachers? I don't remember that. But I could be wrong. And I remember it more as just, it was a timing issue and the two coincided, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that it was ever part of the discussion that this mandate would only go into effect once there was full FDA approval. I do think it turned out that way, but I don't think it was a conscious decision.
Yeah, thank you. That confirms what I suspected. And then lastly, if the teachers union is supportive of students being vaccinated, is that correct?
I have had some conversations with them around it. I don't want to try to take their position. I would say in general, we've had some overarching discussions where indicating the support for vaccination for students. However, I haven't had an opportunity to discuss some of the issues around equity that were part of our discussion with the SHAC last week. My suspicion is that members of NACE, if not NACE itself as an organization, would be concerned about a decision that might have a disparate impact on certain groups, given their own stances on equity.
Okay, thank you. And I like how it's turned into the SHAC. So it's really become a whole visual there. Yeah, thanks.
So I want to just remind people that there was a motion on the table, and then there's a more current motion to again refer back to the to the superintendent's health advisory committee. Member Voss.
I don't know if that second motion was actually made and seconded, but maybe it was, and I was willing to change mine to reflect this conversation. What's really hard is the SHAC hadn't taken this up at all. And I am very supportive of them moving ahead to figure out how to do this in the spirit of what Dr. Provost has shared. I don't have a problem with that, but I wanted our district to at least talk about it and consider this. So I'm happy to change my motion to, or even for him to just say they'll do it, because if that's how we're operating. But I think in the world of the pandemic we're living in, we need a way to move things forward. And I don't know what that is, but anyway. Do you want me to, Dr. Provost, do you want us to not vote on this? Do you want to just take it back and move it along?
I'm happy to do whatever. You know, I've explained what the position of the SHAC is. You know, that's not going to change. If you want to give it back to the SHAC to develop an implementation strategy, then we could do that. I think a clear direction on that would be helpful. It does still seem kind of vague to me that, you know, the SHAC is in charge, but the school committee is deciding what they want the SHAC to do. You know, that it's vague, right? It's COVID. We're in unprecedented times. So I'm happy to work with the school committee however they want.
Does the SHAC want, the Board of Health has been supportive of this. A lot of districts have done it. Is the SHAC in agreement that it is good for the district to do this?
So we were asked to make a recommendation, knowing that this was coming up on the agenda, and I gave you what the recommendation would be. I'm not sure that the Shack would have spontaneously taken this on if it wasn't for the fact that this was going to be something on the agenda, and we thought the school committee wanted a recommendation. But now that we've taken a position, that's our position, and I will support that.
Okay, and I think it's helpful to be able to say, for an elected body to be able to bring what we're hearing from constituents and what we think. We're elected to represent the people, and it feels like some of these conversations deserve to happen in a public meeting and get feedback on them too. So like you said, it's messy. What belongs here and what doesn't? I'll let other people say what they think of how we should proceed.
Can I just clarify then, just because again, we've got other items on the agenda. Am I sensing that you're going to withdraw your original motion, and then we'll just default to Member Kaufman's to just refer this to Shack? Or I'm just trying to understand before we continue the debate if there's not a motion to debate.
I think it's a discussion about how we move this forward and what we want to do, and maybe
Okay.
other people. I can give you my opinion after we hear other people's.
Fair enough. Member Gold.
Just want to make sure we're differentiating this one from item E, because item E, we actually have a policy on the books where this is not a policy on the books.
Understood.
Okay, so like we would need to correct a policy if we're going to have it go to Shack or what have you. And the last thing I'll say is, at some point we'll go back to the videotape like Warner Wolf would say. And I know in our discussion when we were voting on the adult requirement, there was repeated mentionings of the fact that now that it's FDA approved. So that just definitely was part of our conversation that night.
Okay, Member Kaufman.
I would venture to guess that less than 2 of us know who Warner Wolf is, but maybe that's a side conversation. Member Brzezinski, were you okay? Member Brzezinski, were you suggesting that we leave the decision, leave decisions to the Shack to make these COVID-related health decisions? Was that a suggestion you were making, or was it a hypothetical?
I just was trying to clarify. I agree. It's just we're in this messy gray area and it's confusing.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, I would even bring that up, but that'll maybe make things even messy. So for now, I would say I do agree that D&E is different. And I would say that I'm glad they discussed it. I think all they discussed was the sentence of to require COVID-19 vaccinations for all students engaging in athletics and extracurricular activities. I think that's the sentence that they looked at. They took it one step further, and I would ask that they take it several steps further. And until we change it, we're going to have to make the official vote on whether we accept it or not. But if they can make that decision until we change later, I would again recommend that we send it back to them, and hopefully they would welcome that. That's what I would propose, Mayor Narcoitz.
Okay. Member Levy.
I'm sorry, but I'm confused. It sounds from Dr. Provost that they've made a recommendation, that maybe they wouldn't have made the recommendation without this being on the agenda, but because it's on the agenda, they discussed it, and now they're making a specific recommendation, and it sounds like Dr. Provost has the specifics of that recommendation. And so to me, I don't understand why we're sending it back to them for another recommendation. They've made their recommendation. So I feel like what I'm understanding now about the roles between the Shack and us is that they're making the recommendations to us. But especially because this is a policy, it's on us to actually write it, decide on it, enact it. And so I'm prepared to do that with their recommendation tonight. I think it's silly to send it back to them if Dr. Provost can articulate their recommendation.
So I think the difference here would just be that there is a masking policy. Like we do have a masking policy. We don't have a COVID policy regarding sports and extracurricular activities. So we don't have one. And I think that it was not quite as clear when the Shack did weigh in. I think they raised some concerns about that certain things should be addressed, but they didn't actually give a clear roadmap, unless I'm mischaracterizing that, Dr. Provost, that they were concerned about a blanket implementation because of the disparate impacts it could have. So it's not like they gave us a really, they were just reacting, I think, to a policy that was on the agenda. So I guess that's why people are saying maybe we should just put this in their hands. They know that it's something that the school committee wants, and just let them be the ones to develop this and implement it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Kind of what we voted on originally, that we wouldn't be creating health policy, that we would be deferring to this other committee to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess the only nuance that I would add is that we can't, our job is to write policy. And so we can't rely on an advisory committee to write policy for this district, but they can advise us on the policy. So if they're advising us on the policy, we can write it. And because we have a policy on the books, of course, they can advise us on changes to that policy. But I just want to make it clear that while I do want to defer to them to make the medical decisions, we can't defer the policy writing to them.
Agree. I guess the question was, we did take a vote that we would not attempt to create COVID policy. That was sort of we took a vote that we would not do that we would defer to this group of health professionals to make those types of decisions, because we didn't feel we were qualified to be making them. So that's all I'm saying.
Right. I think you and I are agreeing mostly. I think for me, it's really just the degree to which we know their recommendation. So it sounds like maybe we don't know their recommendation as much as we would need to write this policy.
Exactly.
Or vote on it. Okay.
Member Busansky.
I just want to add, to make sure it doesn't get lost in the conversation, this is also a Board of Health. The Board of Health sent us a letter recommending this workaround. They support having all students vaccinated. So I just want to keep that in mind as we move forward. It's not just the school committee. So anyway, that's all. Just want that to get lost.
Indeed, and the health director is on the SHAC. So there's certainly an awareness of the Board of Health position that's represented on the SHAC. Member Voss.
Okay, I'm ready to, I think, if I even have a motion on the floor to at least propose where we could go with this. And I think Mayor brings together what you're saying and what Member Levy's saying, which is
I just first ask, would Member Kaufman yield to that? Because he does have a motion basically to refer this back, to just refer it. So and that is the most current motion that's before us. So we need to dispense with that, unless you would just.
Unless he wants to hear what I'm going to say before he.
Exactly. So would you withdraw for purposes of allowing the original?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he'll withdraw.
Yes.
You can
Thank you.
now propose a modification to your original.
I'm going to propose a modification in the spirit that you're both saying, which I think we can't really make a vote and say the school committee doesn't set policy. But I understand we said that we want to leave health decisions up to the SHAC. So my proposal is to say that to vote on supporting vaccinating students for certain extracurricular activities, and for the SHAC to come up with basically how that will go, and then that will be what we use for our policy. I think I made that clear. It's not very articulate at 10:20 at night, but.
Can you just repeat it?
Yeah, I think what we're saying is we would like the SHAC to implement in the way they best see fit, to define which students we would want to require vaccinations from for extracurricular and athletic activities, and to implement it in the way they see fit. Or to get back to us so we could have a corresponding policy that they would dictate. Do you have a better way of wording that, Member Levy?
Well, is that
I
not
would
the same
change the
language?
word, I would change the word dictate to support.
Okay, sure.
Sorry, Member Coffin.
Member Voss, is that not the same as the language? I like what you said, just in terms of structuring the language. Are we saying SHAC will recommend a phased approach based on age considerations of health equity and clear definition of extracurricular?
Sure.
Are we just sending it back to them and saying they will design that with input from their team?
Yes.
And whether we need to pass that policy or not, I guess is still up to debate.
Well,
It's
I
quicker
think,
if we don't, but
I think the
sounds like we do.
superintendent is allowed to pass that policy if he wants to, under the emergency policy.
Oh,
But not part of my motion, but I would just add to it for the superintendent to deliver to SHAC. I think it would be smart if if they decide to only ask for vaccinations for FDA full approval, which is not what these other districts have seemed to do. And I don't know how to think about that. So I agree, leave it to them to decide that. I would ask them to consider students enrolling in the free pooled testing program that we offer. But Member Kaufman, what you just said is what I was trying to articulate. Yes.
Okay. Did somebody get down what Member Kaufman said? Annie?
well, I just read it off. I just read it off the existing agenda.
Okay.
So that's all I
Will
said.
you second that motion, or will someone renew their second of that motion? Member Kaufman, would you second the new motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So is there any further discussion then on this matter? If not, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
No.
Mayor Narcoitz,
No.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
and Member Levy.
Yes.
Okay, so so the motion carries. So we'll now move into a vote to modify the school committee's existing policy EBCFA, face masks and face coverings. And I guess this is an item that Member Gold wanted to add to the agenda. So I'll send it to Member Gold.
All right. And here is my motion. Motion to amend policy EBCFA to remove paragraph 2 through 6 and replace it with the following. NPA masking policy will follow current DESE guidance unless the Superintendent's Health Advisory Committee and or the city's health department deem there is evidence that requires or allows for adjusting DESE guidance.
I'll second that.
Okay. So there's a motion made and seconded. And so effectively, just to clarify the effect of your motion, it's to basically take the existing masking policy, which requires outdoor masking in the case where you cannot social distance, and just going straight to the DESE, which is that there's no outdoor masking requirement. Am I describing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
And then for if there is there were 6 paragraphs within there. So if you needed, I could show, there was, I can share that. If
Well,
that's
let's get the discussion and see if
okay.
there's any questions about that. Member Levy.
Thanks. So I don't necessarily know where it came from, but I heard folks in public comment mention an effective date of, I don't remember what, December or
December 22nd.
January.
December
Yeah,
22nd.
is that, but I'm not seeing that in your motion, Member Gold.
Right, yeah, because DESI guidance says that there does not need to be outdoor masking currently.
Right.
We previously had that, and so I'm just making sure that we align to DESI guidance unless there's evidence that the SHAC or the city health department deem it necessary to make it December 22nd, to make it tomorrow, whatever, but there needs to be the idea being that there's evidence.
Yep. Thank you for clarifying.
So the December 22nd was a recommendation of the SHAC, I guess, right? That was an addendum to or parenthetical to the agenda.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. And I can explain the rationale, which was that we're just beginning pediatric vaccinations, and we wanted to give families who wish to have their children vaccinated before we start unmasking recesses the opportunity to do that. The SHAC definitely supports unmasking at recess, but wanted to give a little more time for the community to adjust to that.
And I guess just to clarify, my motion doesn't include that because DESI guidance says makes it very crystal clear that they do not have to be masked outdoors. And there is an evidence that, as you shared, Dr. Provost, previously, there's been 0 cases of spread during recess when kids were unmasked.
So I'll just say that, like, I agree with you, Member Gold, and I would not want to have that date, but I feel like we just said we were going to refer to this group to make these decisions that are based on healthcare, not ourselves. So I personally agree with you, but I actually think that if this group is saying that's the date, and we're saying we're going to defer these decisions to them, that we need to follow their guidance.
Well, just to clarify, my motion does do that. What my motion says is it takes us out of the picture. It says we're following DESI, and if the SHAC thinks that there's a reason to change it, they change it. So if they think that it needs to be December 22nd, they say it's December 22nd. But our policy removes all of our dictating the mask policy, if you know what I'm saying. Like they can, I don't want to have a policy that says December 22nd, and then the SHAC say, oh, you know what, it could be December 1st, or it needs to be January 30th, and we got to update the policy again. So
okay, so I appreciate that. And had you not said that, that would have been unclear.
Right on. Had I said what? Which one? Sorry.
The piece about SHAC saying the date. So it sounds like you are saying the date is December, whatever.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, I'll share that again. I'm saying.
Oh, you don't need to share it.
No, but what the amending the policy, because we have a 2 or 3 page policy beyond paragraph 6. And I'm just saying, take all this out that dictates indoor, outdoor masking, and saying it follows DESI unless the SHAC requires or allows for adjusting DESI guidance.
Right. So I just want to make it clear to our public that when we read this, there's nothing in here that says anything about December 22nd. And I think we need to be transparent and clear. And so I agree with you that the December 22nd shouldn't go in the policy, but I think we need to articulate that and say that so that it's clear.
And I guess I would also support that and ask that Dr. Provost make a robocall, whatever he has to do to explain to the community what is the new policy, right? Like rather than just this meeting, send out a letter and I would hope you would explain what, very clearly why you're saying December 22nd, and which is against DESI recommendations.
Member Voss.
Okay, I have a few things to add to this conversation, and I don't necessarily disagree with the direction it's headed, but I do want to give a little context and add a little bit. So back in August, the city of Northampton put into policy that you need to mask if you're within 6 feet outside and cannot, and you can't keep it that distance. And mayors, that's, as far as I can tell, that's still in existence from the Board of Health. It's still on the website. So I don't think it's changed. As of today, it's still on the website. So I just think it's important to know where this started. And I will say that I never thought changing the policy was the right way to do this. But when we have something like that in our city saying if people can't stay 6 feet apart, they should wear a mask. And then you have elementary schools with unvaccinated children. I think it's really important to consider the safety. And I was told to make a proposal to change this policy, which I think is a really kludgy way of doing it. So I'm very much in support of having a different mechanism, having it move a little bit more. But where I'm uncomfortable is, why does our city still have that policy? We have a Board of Health who must think that that's important still. And while DESE may not say that you need to be masked outside if you're close by each other, I went to the CDC today and I can pull it up. I have it there, November 5th update. If you're outside and you can't, if you're for a long period of time, they don't define what that is, basically near people, you should put a mask on. And what our policy does say right now, which I would hope the SHAC would take into account, is the policy clearly says you do not have to wear a mask at recess if you can maintain 6 feet of distance. And so I'm happy to leave this to the SHAC. I just think there's a lot of inconsistencies in all of this. DESE does not agree with the CDC, and neither seem to agree with what the city of Northampton has said. And I very much support waiting to remove the masks. You know, a bunch of kids on top of each other for a period of time when they aren't vaccinated can be real risky to some families. And as public people here, we get emails from those families and we talk to them. And talking about equity and what keeps people safe when certain students are medically fragile and or their families are medically fragile, it's a very different calculus for them in terms of what risk this is. So I'm fine with moving this out of the policy, but I do want those other things to be considered. And I also, before we vote on this exact amendment, think we need to put the policy up and know what exactly paragraphs 2 to 6 are, because when I look at it, I think it's a lot more than just the recess part of the mask policy. And so that we can wait, we can hear what other people say, but I would like to see exactly what paragraphs 2 to 6 mean, because it's not clear to me, Member Gold, what you're referring to.
Member Seraphy Cox.
What did I raise my hand for? It was a while ago. Apologies. I think that one of the things that I had raised it for was that I do want to follow, a kind of akin to Member Levy's questions earlier. I, especially in line with the kind of decision that we just made relative to SHAC's recommendations, I think it behooves us to follow what their recommendations are. So, if we're going to approve this, then I think that date needs to be in there. Not necessarily in the policy itself, but I think it needs to be clear that that's when it would go into effect. And if Member Gold's, motion talks about that we would follow what the SHAC, like if we can revise Member Gold's motion to be a little more clear about that we're going to follow the SHAC's recommendations on this, then that would take us to the December 22nd effective date. Or we can just put it in there. I'm fine with either one of those. I'm just stating my position that it should go into effect December 22nd if we're gonna pass this.
Member Kaufman.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'm in full agreement with members Sarafi Cox and members Levy. So I'm just wondering, Member Wolf, oh, I'm sorry, Member Gold, are you, if we put in that it's until December, beginning December 22nd, unless Shaq decides it's earlier, would that be the same as your current thinking? Because I do think being clear to the community at this point would be good. And Dr. Provost can have a final meeting with him tomorrow just to decide on the date, but the community is going to want to know. So would you be okay in just saying beginning December 22nd unless Shaq decides it's okay for earlier?
The only reason I'm going to say no to that is because the policy says, what I wrote was that the policy is to do what the Shaq says and not for other. So I want Shaq, like, it shouldn't say December 22nd. After this meeting, Dr. Provost should send a letter or a call out to say that masking will continue until, and whatever it is. And that, you know what I mean? Like that's it, I guess.
All right, so, okay, so if Dr. Provost meets with the Shaq tomorrow and they decide to follow the same recommendation which they made, which is to wait until December 22nd, because that's when families would have ample enough time to have their kids vaccinated, would that meet your standard of data that is supported by DESE in the way you currently have it written? Would you have any objection to them making that decision?
I wouldn't agree with it, but I wouldn't object to them making the decision.
You wouldn't object to it the way you've written the draft policy. You would, you would think it's consistent if they.
Yes, I think it would be consistent.
Okay.
If they, I guess I had that one little word in there, and if you guys want me to take it out, I'll take it out, but it says provide evidence that we need to break from DESE guidance, but.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think it just, I'm just glad you said that, because I think we're on the same page. So I would agree with it. I think I just wanted to make sure that the decision that Dr. Provost stated would be solid in terms of they continue to believe that it meets your criteria for waiting. If they believe that that is a rationale, that it might not be evidence of data, but it's their gut feeling and their issue of fairness, that would be okay.
Yep, if they have evidence for it, I'm fine with it. I would just hope the evidence isn't public pressure and it's actual medical evidence. But honestly, as long
as it's not medical evidence, it's
they could
do
do
whatever
whatever
you're
they want.
contradicting. It's not
The
medical
policy,
evidence. It's being fair for people to get. So it's a question of fairness. It's not a question of medical evidence. And so they can't meet that standard. They're trying to be fair to give families enough time. And I don't want to support it if you don't think it meets that standard. I think it's not medical evidence, it's fairness, and they believe that
They
need
can do
to
what they
wait.
want.
I don't know if they'll continue.
I
What?
want it to be out of our policy and in their hands.
Me too.
And that's what that's
Me
saying.
too.
And it's
Okay.
just trying to say that we're being guided by DESE unless we seem that we need to adjust it. That's all it is. Mr. Wolf says.
So even still alive?
The big bad.
Member Busansky.
Thank you.
I just want to remind committee members it's 10:40, so we are approaching our statutory deadline of 11 p.m.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick, and I think this member Kaufman kind of helped me drill down. I'd like you to put the motion back up, Member Gold, if you could, because I'm uncomfortable with the word evidence. I actually don't think it says that we're going to follow Shaq's guidance. I think it says we're going to follow DESE's guidance unless something that equates to, I think, evidence anyway. So I feel uncomfortable with the way the motion reads currently. So maybe I'm making a friendly amendment to remove, to change it to unless the Shaq and or the city health department determines it's too late for me to, decides to adjust the DESI guidance. Does that make sense?
Decides otherwise.
Recommends,
Yeah.
recommends to allow for adjustment.
I mean, I'd really rather flip the whole thing around and say that MPS masking policy will follow the SHAC and/or the city's health department's guidance based on, something, and maybe saying something like taking a DESI guidance into consideration, or, hoping to follow DESI guidance. That's what I'd really like to do, but
Yeah.
I'd at least feel better if we just got rid of there is evidence that requires or allows for. So Member Gold, would you accept either of those? I'm giving two offers, either friendly amendment.
And so it'd be, I'm trying to see where you, so department, you said decides to adjust DESI guidance.
I think so.
Modify.
Well, they don't have the power to modify DESI guidance. So it would be, instead of the word decides, it would be recommends to follow modified guidance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't want them, we want, I guess, but we want them to, I guess, we don't want them to recommend and then us vote on it. We want them to decide. But how did you say that? To decide to, what'd you just say? That was.
Yeah, to modify DESI guidance. I think
No,
that
they're not modifying DESI guidance. They
Right,
can't
right.
modify.
Well, how'd you
DESI
say
can
it?
only do that.
So how'd you say it?
To follow modified guidance.
Yeah, that's my friendly amendment. Do you accept that, Member Gold?
Yes, I guess I'll share this, and if someone explains to me why, like, shouldn't we be told why they're modifying it? Like, shouldn't the community know, like, listen, your state is telling you this. I want them to explain to the community, we are changing what the state is saying, because that's all. I just want them to give us an explanation, and that's why I had it in there. But if it, if there's some good faith that it'll be explained in some way, like, I'm cool with that. But the fact that we're changing DESI guidance, I feel like the community deserves an explanation, or, but.
So how about to follow modified guidance and provide an explanation to the NPS community?
Thank you. That was easier said. In explanation to the NPS community.
Great. And then I did also just want to understand what paragraphs 2 through 6 are. I'm looking at the
Yeah, I'll show you right now if you
the policy and having a.
I guess I numbered it. Maybe I didn't number it correctly. It is, where is it? I had it.
Can you put the policy up and just show us what you want to remove?
Yep. Yeah.
I can, if you don't have it, I have it ready.
Yeah, no, I have it and I have it numbered. I just, where is it? Here it is. There, new share screen. You seen the Word document with the numbers? So it's this one, paragraph 2, paragraph 3, because where the excuse things, which is in DESI guidance. That's why I'm trying to say, like, we don't need to be redundant, and if DESI says it. Paragraph 4 is already in DESI guidance.
Paragraph 2 looks very different, and if we get rid of it, I'm concerned that we're losing essential pieces of our masking policy.
Well, it's in the DESI masking policy.
Yeah.
I believe is Ronnie's.
Yeah.
Is Gold's point.
So
Yeah.
all of that about buses, transportation, that's all in DESI's guidance.
As far as I read it, yeah, I could show you DESI's guidance from, they have one from October. I had it open somewhere.
I can confirm that if it's easier than,
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
That'd be great.
the buses is actually federal, but it comes through DESI guidance as well.
Cool. Thank you. That's easier. And then paragraph 6 is guidance for removal of masks. Like, I don't think we need to have that in there. And then the what was left was the types of masks. I thought, in case anyone in the community needs to understand types of masks. I don't know. Or maybe I just got tired of numbering. But I think it was that, I think that's just informative and not policy setting.
I actually think that is policy setting because the masks that are not, sorry, I'm speaking out of turn. The masks that are not medically effective, we're saying they don't count, and that's part of the policy. So I don't know if that comes from DESI, but I would leave it in if it doesn't.
Dr. Provost, do you know if DESI has that in there? I didn't read that far, I guess.
Well, some of the stuff is consistent with DESI and others not. Like masks with vents, neck gaiters, that's all comes from DESI. I think bandanas comes from DESI. I think that the cloth masks of 2 or 3 layers is a uniquely Northampton feature.
Okay.
I can tell you where it comes from. I'm next, I think, but
So can we wipe out paragraphs 2 all the way to the end? And then just have it be. Shoot, I shouldn't have put paragraph 2 to 6. You're muted, Mayor.
Member Voss, did you want to comment on the cloth mask?
I wanted, yeah, I mean, I had a few things to comment on. I'm looking for the, so on the agenda, it says to vote to modify the policy to eliminate outdoor masking requirements for students. And certainly we can make whatever amendments we want, but I came ready to talk about that and not all this other stuff. And if there's some overlap with DESI, I have no problem with it. I think it needs to be clear to our community what our masking policy is. And a lot of these paragraphs I think should stay. I'm also concerned about why are we, and maybe there's a reason for this, Dr. Provost, but why are we focused on DESI and not the CDC and the Northampton Board of Health? Why when the CDC and DESI don't agree, I don't know why we just go with DESI. So I guess the motion on the table, I am happy to take the outside masking part and reconsider that to some extent, but a lot of these other paragraphs I think belong there. And if we're gonna include DESI in this motion, I'd like to include the CDC as well.
So I'm not sure if that was a question directed at me, but I can just say that when the agenda setting team was trying to notice the community about this, we were just saying that we were adopting the DESI, as a motion to potentially adopt the DESI standard for recess, which is no masking and no distancing requirement. It wasn't meant to say that DESI's rules are better than CDC's rules or DPH's rules. It's just that DESI has given on-point guidance on recess, which is that it's not required. So that was the only reason.
No, I appreciate that. I think I think the original masking policy was based on some MASC stuff, and the policy subcommittee can correct me if I'm wrong. And then when I was asked to make modifications, I went to CDC and I updated the mask stuff, which I think is a step in the right direction. And no, I would have been really happy if somebody else had done that. I don't think that's my job, but it hadn't been done and I was asked to do it. But in this case, I think a lot of that policy is really good, and the schools committee sets policy, and it should be in line with CDC and DESI to the extent it can be. So I would rather us make a modification or friendly amendment to this that focuses on this outside stuff. And I support going with what the SHAC has suggested so that people can get vaccinated. And I still don't understand why it differs from what our Board of Health says. And I hope the SHAC asks them and make sure that they understand why the Northampton Board of Health is recommending people be masked outside and
So
consider.
actually, I can clarify that. So while this debate was going on, the only standing order right now for outdoor masking from the Board of Health is for large public events. So outdoor concerts, the fairgrounds. It's not just a general, everybody who's outside, if you can't socially distance, wear a mask. It's specifically, it's an indoor mask mandate for all indoor public spaces. And then it says that at outdoor public events, if social distancing can't be maintained, then masks should be worn. But it's not a general anybody anywhere who's outdoors. So that's important.
Oh, I know that. It's if you have 10 kids in a sandbox, is that comparable to it? And it's not that is not my call. I'm just saying that that's the SHAC's call, but I think it's consistent with what they're trying to do.
And I'm just saying that a sandbox isn't the 3 county fairgrounds or the Pines Theater at Look Park. That was not, I'm just saying it's not, if you were concerned that we weren't aligned with that policy, it's a very specific type of outdoor public event that the Board of Health was talking about. So that's all. Member Levy, your hand is up next.
To me, I think transparency is really, really important. And so if we are going to strike all of the detail in the policy and to simply say it's because it's DESE's policy, then can we just insert a hyperlink so that people can go directly to DESE's policy and read it?
I think we have the technology. Yes, I can't always say that hyperlinks are going to stay updated or that DESE's link is going to not give a 404 error or whatever, but it certainly can be done. Yeah, it's easy. Or we could put a URL or something, I suppose, if the URL stays consistent. Member Gold?
Yeah, I mean, sort of that goes to where, and I'm glad that we have the explanation there. So I would appreciate it as a community member, Dr. Provost, if they could explain why, if the city doesn't say that we should do that at public events have to be like the Tri-County, there's no recess like the Tri-County Fair at Pines Theater. So I wish we could do that for our students as well. All that being said, I'd like to call to question on my motion as written with Member Bisanski's friendly amendments, like as we last saw it, call to question.
There's no other hands up.
Cool. So I might win this one.
Or we could just
Let's vote. Yeah, sure. Let's vote.
The motion then is the modified one that you worked with Member Busansky to redo the wording on. Okay. Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
No.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narkowitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
And Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Motion is 8 yeses and 1 no. I'm gonna vote.
Okay.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Certainly, I just want to declare that the motion carried. And so go ahead, Member Voss.
I just want to be clear. Does this mean now students can wear whatever mask they want to school? Pretty much? Do we just wipe out the better kinds of masks that students are supposed to be wearing?
I don't believe that is that's the intent of that. I don't believe.
I think that's what we just did. So I think we need to be clear on that.
my understanding from the superintendent was that the DESE mask requirements were identical, save for the piece on cloth masks, I believe.
Yeah, the DESE guidance gives very specific information on the types of masks that are allowed.
Okay, good, thank you. That makes me feel a lot better.
Okay, so let's get back to the agenda, which we do have a, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get back to it here. Okay, so we have completed our new business for the evening. There is a discussion topic on the, well, 8:30, it's now 10:57. Item 8, school committee discussion topics. And then we have future business and meeting dates. And then there is a request for an executive session at 8:40 p.m. So before we do anything else though, I guess we'll need to determine whether we plan to go past 11 o'clock because it is 10:57. So I don't think we could start any of those items without a motion to suspend our rules to go past 11 o'clock. So will someone make a motion to suspend our rules?
Motion to suspend rules until 11:30.
Second.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion made and seconded to suspend rules until 11:30. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Voss,
No.
Member Gold,
A hard yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
No.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Come back to me 1 second.
Member Condon,
No.
Member Levy,
Well, my topic will take 30 seconds. I want to know whether Member Seraphy Cox thinks we need to go into executive session. So
Okay, I'm ready to
come
vote.
back to me after Member Seraphy Cox, please.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman. You're muted, Member Kaufman. You're muted, Member Kaufman.
All right, I was just asking whether that was AM or PM. I'm voting yes.
And Member Goldman.
Yes.
6 in favor.
Okay, so the motion carries. So the meeting will continue. So there is the next school committee discussion topic. And Member Levy, you had indicated that you were going to raise a quick discussion topic at the outset.
Thanks. And I think during my announcement, I shared the content of this discussion. So if anybody has any questions or wants more information, I'd be happy to share, but otherwise I'll leave it at that. Retreat for new members in case you forgot, because it was a while ago.
Oh, Member Levy, I had gotten off the call at that point, so I missed the subject.
All right, I will repeat. Members Seraphy Cox and Member Goldman and I would like to hold a retreat for new school committee members to similar to the retreat we held 2 years ago, but slightly different content so that it can be focused on community building and potential beginning of goal setting. That would, I think because it's about the formation of a new committee, we would not require the presence of returning members. Sorry, we would not require the presence of non-returning members. And we'd like to do it in the next month, if possible.
Member Kaufman.
Yep, thanks. So the reason I asked you to put it on is because as vice chair, I have some responsibility for selecting the topic and organizing, but I don't think it's my decision to, well, it was never the intent for me to make an executive decision. It was to hear input. So I wanted to hear input. And my own sort of question is, I don't remember what happened a couple of years ago. Can you just remind us of that, first of all? And second
was
of
so
all, can you just
thrilling.
answer whether this, was it?
Sorry,
I
continue.
don't remember being there. What?
You may not,
Well, the
actually, you
second
weren't
question I
there.
had is, oh, that's why I don't remember. Well, what was it? Was it a
Oh.
new member orientation, or was it MASC related? Was it charting the course?
It
What
was
was
not charting the course. You all asked MASC to come and give a presentation on school committee finance things. And then we talked about a few other things as well. But it was an opportunity for the new school committee members to come, learn a little bit, connect with the not new school committee members.
So is that parallel to what you're talking about? Because it doesn't sound similar to what you were saying. I'm not against what you're saying, but it sounds like you have a different idea. And I guess, I don't know why we're involved in that, other than technically, I guess it would come out of this year's budget if it did cost something. But it does seem like something you should organize with the other 7 new members. I don't know if have you done that yet? Is there interest?
Well, not yet,
Or you
because
waiting?
we were waiting to make
Right,
sure
you're
it
waiting.
was kosher
Sure.
with this group. I do think it's parallel. It's similar in the intent, but just with a slightly different agenda.
So, and who would facilitate it? Anybody, or be internal?
We no, we have a few ideas of some external folks who we might ask, but part of that depends on budget, which was one of the questions that I posed to you and Mayor Narcoitz. So it sounds like
Right.
there might be budget, but
Right.
I mean, it would certainly be as low cost as possible and potentially free, but unclear depending on the facilitator.
Right. So I'm curious, who were you had in mind for potential people? Is that okay to say their names or not? No?
I just can't remember the name. I can see the face of one of the people, but I don't. Jean. Member Seraphy Cox, you're unmuted, please.
I mean, we had like some initial ideas, but I think that ultimately we were kind of just thinking of somebody who would do it for free was the main criteria that we had at that point. Somebody who was good at it and somebody who would do it for free. And because the facilitation piece is not about having expertise in what the school committee does. It was really about facilitating a community building process, a team building process, and that school committee members could do the presentation of like the orientation, working with the superintendent and that sort of thing. That's the part that would be a little bit more specific. But I had, I have some initial ideas of what an agenda could even look like. So I'd be also happy to share that with you, Member Kaufman, or whomever, superintendent.
Yeah, I don't really feel like I have much to say about this other than if it falls under my part of my responsibility, I guess I'm curious to find out more. I know that school committee members need to attend charting the course, and that is facilitated, I believe, for free by MASC, either locally or they do a regional thing, but this doesn't sound similar. And I guess I would question why. It just seems to me a little bit more logical that new members understand the vast nature of this role before community building. I guess you can see it either way, but
no, community building in terms of like, okay, so let me give you a preview of my thoughts of the agenda, so that we would spend like a good 45 minutes introducing ourselves to each other, talking about why we ran, talking about what we're passionate about, getting to know each other a little bit, because as some of you know, my background is in community organizing. The best organizations are run by people who are in relationship with each other. And I am, you know, I know very little about most of you. I know very little about how you think or what you really care about. I mean, I know a bit more after, you know, serving with you for 2 years, but
Yeah, no, I get it. Go ahead. Yeah.
yeah. when COVID started, we barely knew each other. So I want to, you know, to help the next school committee set up by really being in relationship with each other. And then, you know, kind of talking about things that are specific to our situation in Northampton. Like, here, let me show you the important documents that I think you should read. Go read them. We're not going to like read them here, but the school committee handbook, for instance. Yeah. So those are the that's a little bit of what I would preview.
Right. And would you anticipate anybody from the school district, like Dr. Provost or somebody else, being there as well?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So I guess I just want to hear what other people think. I mean, I'm glad you gave that explanation. And again, be discussing in case it costs money or in case I need to officially endorse it. It would just be great to hear if anybody else has any objections whatsoever or any other questions. That's all I really wanted to hear. Thank you for the explanation. That was very helpful.
Member Busansky had her hand up.
I just want to say you have my blessing. I want us to move on quickly because we don't have much time left. We do have a budget for retreats, and I would encourage you to pay the facilitator and not ask them to do it for free. That's how we work in this district.
Right.
I think it would be odd to have them come and do it for free. And we have a budget for retreats, and we didn't have any retreats this year. So,
I had forgotten that we had a budget for it, and I didn't want to ask for the school committee, of course, to take money away from any educational things. So thank you for reminding me that.
I'll get back to you on that tomorrow. On what we
or at
have.
least professional development budget. I think that's what it actually falls under, but go ahead.
Member Voss.
This is a different discussion topic. It's quick, but while you all have been talking, I read the DESE mask policy, and they don't tell you anything about the quality of the mask. So I think, Dr. Provost, if we don't want gaiters and single layered things, maybe you need to put a mask, emergency mask, whatever definition of what a mask is somewhere, because we've lost it. And I think we should have probably looked at the DESE policy, but there is a link to the CDC in it, and it shows you how to put a mask on, and it does not say anything about the quality of the mask. And I'm really disappointed I didn't ask us to look at that, but we need to do better when we're rushing through things.
Okay, so thank you for that. Is there now a motion to move into executive session?
Well, yeah, this is discussion. I just want to make sure we're not gonna, are we gonna do something? Because we really screwed up. What are we gonna do? It's a discussion.
Dr. Provost.
So I think if you look at the DESE document entitled Initial Fall School Reopening Guidelines, it's dated June 25th, 2020. There's a whole section on masks and face coverings. And I believe that's the place where the Department of Education outlined what's required for masks. And I think that their other documents basically said we're extending mask coverings or we're not extending mask coverings. We're requiring them on buses and other places, but this is where you have the full description of what the mask coverings are.
I will just add though that we shouldn't, our community members shouldn't have to go to multiple places to get the information they need. So it should be in one easy place. So I'm with Member Voss here.
I'm looking at one from August 2021. I think you can do it. You can put it in your own policy, add it to the COVID stuff, but I would cut and paste out of the hard work we already did to make it clear what masks are allowed.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments about the retreat? I'm hearing, I like the idea. Rebecca likes, Member Busansky likes the idea. No objections. I will support it, and I will find out what budget is available. That sound okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now back to the agenda. The only remaining item on our agenda is a request for executive session, if someone wants to make that.
Request to go into executive session?
You have to read the whole thing, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Request
have
to
it in
enter
front of me.
executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
So then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to move into executive session.
Member Gold. Yes. Mayor Narcoitz.
No.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman. Yes, I see you nodding.
Yes.
And Member Voss.
Yes.
Motion is 8 in favor
And one opposed.
and 1 opposed.
So the school committee will now move into executive session, and I need to let the members of the public know that we are doing this, and because to hold this discussion in open session would be detrimental to our bargaining position. And I also need to advise you that we will not be returning to open session this evening. And so with that, we will move into executive session, and I need all members of the public to please now leave the meeting so that we can conduct the executive session.